I want 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there are, there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
That when you grow up in your system, or in whichever system you grow, now looking back, I know and I appreciate now that when you grow up in a colonial system, or in whichever system you grow up, people who design that system design in such a way that they will produce a certain kind of people, because they give them a certain kind of information, they expose them to a certain kind of information, and they keep certain kind of information away from them. So you grow up with a certain attitude. You are shaped, your mind, your attitude, your values are shaped, your world is shaped, and you are deliberately discouraged to appreciate anything about you, because you are not supposed to know or to imagine there was anything good in your pre-British experience. So your people in the pre-British era were primitive, they were backward, they didn't know anything, they did not even know anything about God. Now you know about God, you know about Jesus, you're saying the rosary. Remember, I was saying the rosary. All these things are packaged in such a way that you look at the British and you admire them greatly. Now looking back, I know and I appreciate now that when you grow up in a colonial system, or in whichever system you grow up, people who design that system design in such a way that they will produce a certain kind of people, because they give them a certain kind of information, they expose them to a certain kind of information, and they keep certain kind of information away from them. So you grow up with a certain attitude. You are shaped, your mind, your attitude, your values are shaped, your world is shaped, and you are deliberately discouraged to appreciate anything about you, because you are not supposed to know or to imagine there was anything good in your pre-British experience. So your people in the pre-British era were primitive, they were backward, they didn't know anything, they did not even know anything about God. Now you know about God, you know about Jesus, you're saying the rosary. Remember, I was saying the rosary. All these things are packaged in such a way that you look at the British and you admire them greatly. Now looking
In the society, we live in organized groups. There will continue to exist belief systems. Is that so? That means that will continue to exist conflicts.
You're saying they will continue to believe? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, belief system will continue to exist.
Are you making a prediction for the future?
Not necessarily a prediction.
I think if your intelligence functions, if you allow it to function, your intelligence is incapable of believing anything, isn't it so? Yes or no? Yes? Your intelligence wants to know. It is not ready to believe anything actually, but you are forsaking your intelligence because your fear is so dominant. You feel comfortable in believing. But if you allow your intelligence to take you ahead, your intelligence doesn't believe anything. It wants to know everything, isn't it? Yes, is that the nature of your intelligence? So if you allow your intelligence to function, then you will see all your beliefs will just fall apart because you know you don't know, isn't it? But it takes a lot of pressure to make you admit it. But actually you know that you don't know, isn't it? Do you know? Yes, then what's the problem? You don't have to admit it to anybody, at least to yourself. Can't you admit, okay, I don't know? If you don't know, do you see you have to use your intelligence? Do you see this? See, suppose, let's say it's pitch dark, you don't know how the ground is. Do you see how alert you'll become? Every step that you take? That's how it is. When you do not know, everything becomes bright. It is just looking. Your intelligence is all hyped up and looking. When you assume, I know, everything settles down and you go on with your stupid life, isn't it? Is it all right if you use your intelligence? Do I have your permission? Is it okay for you to use your intelligence? Or is it against God? It's all right. I'm asking you, is it against God if you employ your intelligence and live your life? If God was against intelligence, He wouldn't have created it, isn't it? If the Creator was against you functioning intelligently, it wouldn't have been given to you, isn't it? So, if you employ your intelligence, you will see your intelligence is not willing to believe anything. It is only the fear in you. Don't you ever believe that it is bhakti. No bhakti, just fear which is making you believe things, isn't it? That's why you made it Bhaya Bhakti. There's no Bhaya and Bhakti together. If Bhakti comes, I'm sorry, you know what's Bhaya Bhakti? Yourself? No? Bhaya means fear, Bhakti means devotion. See, if devotion comes, fear will not exist in you. If fear exists, that means devotion has not come. But you made a hybrid. You want to have both. Bhaya Bhakti. There's no Bhaya Bhakti, just Bhaya. Only fear. No fear and devotion cannot exist together. Please say this.
In the society, we live in organized groups. There will continue to exist belief systems. Is that so? That means that will continue to exist conflicts.
You're saying they will continue to believe? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, belief system will continue to exist.
Are you making a prediction for the future?
Not necessarily a prediction.
I think if your intelligence functions, if you allow it to function, your intelligence is incapable of believing anything, isn't it so? Yes or no? Yes? Your intelligence wants to know. It is not ready to believe anything actually, but you are forsaking your intelligence because your fear is so dominant. you feel comfortable in believing. But if you allow your intelligence to take you ahead, your intelligence doesn't believe anything. It wants to know everything, isn't it? Yes, is that the nature of your intelligence? So if you allow your intelligence to function, then you will see all your beliefs will just fall apart because you know you don't know, isn't it? But it takes a lot of pressure to make you admit it. But actually you know that you don't know, isn't it? Do you know? Yes, then what's the problem? You don't have to admit it to anybody, at least to yourself. Can't you admit, okay, I don't know? If you don't know, do you see you have to use your intelligence? Do you see this? See, suppose, let's say it's pitch dark, you don't know how the ground is. Do you see how alert you will become? Every step that you take? That's how it is. When you do not know, everything becomes bright. It is just looking. Your intelligence is all hyped up and looking. When you assume, I know, everything settles down and you go on with your stupid life, isn't it? Is it all right if you use your intelligence? Do I have your permission? Is it okay for you to use your intelligence? Or is it against God? It's all right. I'm asking you, is it against God if you employ your intelligence and live your life? If God was against intelligence, He wouldn't have created it, isn't it? If the Creator was against you functioning intelligently, it wouldn't have been given to you, isn't it? So, if you employ your intelligence, you will see your intelligence is not willing to believe anything. It is only the fear in you. Don't you ever believe that it is bhakti. No bhakti, just fear which is making you believe things, isn't it? That's why you made it Bhaya Bhakti. There's no Bhaya and Bhakti together. If Bhakti comes, I'm sorry, you know what's Bhaya Bhakti? Huh? Yourself? No? Bhaya means fear, Bhakti means devotion. See, if devotion comes, fear will not exist in you. If fear exists, that means devotion has not come. But you made a hybrid. You want to have both. Bhaya Bhakti. There's no Bhaya Bhakti, just Bhaya. Only fear. No fear and devotion cannot exist together. Please say this.
The UK Time Out on Radio Biafra bring in youth beats from across the United Kingdom, incisive analysis by the People's Parliament. Our panel dissects the topic of the week and listeners interact.
Also featuring great Biafran history, education, awareness, and enlightenment, plus entertainment galore.
Tune in to the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. Sundays from 7:30 p.m. Biafran time and British Summer Time. Set out for a fabulous week ahead with the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. News, views, previews and reviews. Join us.
Back, I know and I appreciate now that when you grow up in a colonial system or in whichever system you grow up, people who design that system design in such a way that they will produce a certain kind of people because they give them a certain kind of information, they expose them to a certain kind of information, and they keep certain kind of information away from them. So you grow up with a certain attitude. You are shaped. Your mind, your attitude, your values are shaped. Your world is shaped. And you are deliberately discouraged to appreciate anything about you because you are not supposed to know or to imagine there was anything good in your pre-British experience. So your people in the pre-British era were primitive, they were backward, they didn't know anything, they did not even know anything about God. Now you know about God, you know about Jesus, you're saying the rosary. Remember I was saying the rosary. All these things are packaged in such a way that you look at the British and you admire them greatly. Now looking back, I know and I appreciate now that when you grow up in a colonial system, or in whichever system you grow up, people who differ.
Beginning of the 16th century on the southern bank of the river Congo. At the beginning of the 16th century on the southern bank of the river Congo, a determined effort was made, with Portuguese aid, to Europeanize the African kingdom of Bukongo. Earlier, in the 1490s, in the reign of Nzinga Nkuwu, Portuguese missionaries and traders began to arrive among the Bukongo. Favorably impressed with these foreigners, the next Mani Congo of the Bukongo, Nzinga Amvemba, son of Nzinga Nkuwu, decided to Europeanize his kingdom. He abandoned his ancestral superstitions and embraced Christianity. Upon being baptized, he dropped his African names and titles. Thenceforth, he would be known as Dom Afonso I, King of the Congo and Lord of the Ambundos. He learned to read and write Portuguese. He Europeanized his court in etiquette and dress. With help from Portuguese women who taught Portuguese domestic arts to the ladies of his court, Afonso soon learned to eat like a European and sleep like a Christian. He sent some of his sons and relatives and other noble youths to study in Portugal and Rome. One of these, Dom Henrique, served as Bishop of Utica, a city on the Mediterranean coast of what today is Tunisia. He returned in 1521, after an absence of 13 years, to serve as Bishop of Bukongo. Afonso built schools and churches. His capital, Mbanza Congo, Europeanized and renamed Sao Salvador, was so full of churches it was nicknamed Ikongo dia Ngungo, or the City of Church Bells. All through his long reign, 1506 to 1543, this Europeanizing African prince sent embassies to Portugal and to the Pope in Rome, seeking from his brother Christian princes economic, technical, and religious assistance for his efforts to Europeanize his land and people. His long and often despairing effort got him some help, little of which was of the kind he wanted. Afonso wanted aid for autonomous development. His Portuguese helpers wanted slaves. So, while he received a trickle of books, masons, printers, blacksmiths, and assorted artisans, he got a disastrous flood of Portuguese slavers. By 1526, in order to save his society and his throne, Afonso did and so great, sir, is depopulated. We need from your kingdoms no other than priests and people to teach in schools, and no other goods but wine and flour for the holy sacrament. That is why we beg of your highness to help and assist us in this matter, commanding the factors that they should send here neither merchants nor wares, because it is our will that in these kingdoms of Congo there should not be any trade in slaves nor market for slaves. But Afonso's repeated complaints were to no avail. The Brazilian plantations were growing and clamoring for slaves. Slaves, slaves, and more slaves. Afonso's royal will was disregarded. Another of Afonso's letters to John III complains that some of the noble youths he sent off to Portugal to learn the service of God never came back. They were seized on the island of Sao Tome by Portuguese merchants, and nothing was ever again heard of them. Portuguese slaving priests, traders, and adventurers also undermined Afonso's royal monopoly of Bukongo's foreign trade. Before long, many of Afonso's Europeanized vassals, greedy for European wares and unable to get them except in exchange for slaves, disregarded their king's injunctions and, indifferent to the social consequences of slave raiding, plunged into the traffic in slaves. Raids and revolts, sometimes fomented by Portuguese who wanted to stimulate the supply of slaves, took their toll of Bukongo's peace. An era of disorders, stagnant peace, and fitful revivals began. The social decay proved irreversible. More than a century after Afonso's death, a Portuguese expedition sacked the ravaged kingdom and overthrew the tattered power of Afonso's descendants. In 1665, when the reigning Mani Congo denied the Portuguese permission to prospect for gold and copper in his kingdom and raised an army to enforce his refusal, there was full-scale war. Both the Black Bakongo and the White Portuguese went to battle waving the banner of the cross. The Bakongo were summoned to patriotic battle by their king to defend our lands, wares, children, women, and our own lives and freedoms, which the Portuguese nation wants to conquer and dominate. But the battle was a disaster for the Bakongo. Their army was smashed, their Mani Congo was killed, their independence was extinguished. Thereafter, though nominally sovereign during 2 more centuries of decay, they were vassals of the Portuguese, sending as tribute slaves who were exported overseas to toil on Portuguese plantations in Brazil. Let us bear the Bakongo precedent in mind as we examine the present plunder of Africa through the mechanisms of westernizing aid. As we observe the brain drain and the resumption of the brawn drain exemplified by the smuggling of truckloads of African laborers through Italy to toil in the factories of France, as we observe the complicity of westernizing Africans in the plunder of Africa's resources, let us ask, what is there to prevent a recurrence of the Bakongo disaster? What measures must we take to avoid it?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 7th day of the 9th month, being September 2024. That about Chike. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers. Even do not deny your enemies listening onto this hallowed platform, because this is where we preach the gospel of liberation, genuine liberation. This is where we preach the gospel of emancipation, the gospel of genuine freedom, that you may know the truth and the truth shall set you free. Therefore, today being Saturday, that is consecrated to discussions on religious matter, on religious issues, which we shall never shy away from, because one of the major problems we have is religion, honestly speaking. You know, you see the clip, the last clip I played, the then king of what they call Bakongo, that is the present day Congo, in 15th century, 1430 something, the Portuguese arrived in Congo for trading, and he was overwhelmed on their way of life. He wants to imitate them, and he used the wrong way. He wanted to be Europeanized. And the Portuguese told him, before you become like us, you must accept our culture, our religion. And that is what he did. He was baptized into being King Afonso. Not he was King Mvemba, his original name. He changed his name, thinking that once he accepts European culture, religion, all this, he'll become like them. No, you don't dare imitate others to be like them. You develop through your originality. That is one thing Africans fail to understand up till now. You don't try to imitate to be Europeanized, to be westernized. No, that is very wrong. You have to be Africanized but civilized in your own way. That is what we preach here. If you try to be westernized, you end up being slave to the Europeans. If you want to be just as what they are doing in Africa today, democracy, introduction of democracy, the European system of democracy. Is there any democracy in Nigeria? The answer is no. Does your vote count? The answer is no. The vote of Nigerians, I mean. But in Europe, it's not the same. They developed their system through their own way, through their own culture, through their own system. But they come to our land, they say for you to develop, you have to discard yourself, your natural self, and become westernized, which is a wrong approach. It can never happen. No advancement can ever occur through this. You must develop through your own way. Let me tell you something. Do you see the reason why Arabs, Middle East Arabs, are also developed as they are today? Do you know the reason? Do you know the reason? During the second half of the 19th century and the early 20th century, there was what we call Nahda. Is an Arabic word for Arab awakening or enlightenment. Are you hearing what I'm saying? They call it in Arab Nahda, N-A-H-D-A. That is Arab awakening or enlightenment. That is what happened. It was a cultural movement that flourished. Are you hearing me? It happened mostly in 1798 during Napoleon Bonaparte's invasion of Egypt. There was a cultural shock. They wanted to Europeanize the Middle East, to westernize the Middle East. No, this is how you do it to develop. They wanted to, they started changing things, trying to change things in the Middle East through Ottoman Empire. Because that time, the Middle East, the Arabs were under the occupation or the colonization of Ottoman Empire. But after they came to themselves, the Arabs, they said no. If we start imitating these people, these Europeans, that it is the only way we can develop, say no, we will end up being slaves. They are wise. Because they themselves, the Arabs, they were colonizers also. They were brutal colonizers also, so they were wise. They saw the future. They knew that, look, the same thing we did to Africans, impose our culture and religion and turn them into slaves. We will not allow Europeans to do it to us. And you know what? They rejected European or being Europeanized. They now came back, started what is called Arab awakening. That no, they started enlightening their people that look, we are Arabs, we are Muslims, our culture is Islam. We shall never allow or try to mutate into another culture for us to develop. We must develop but through our culture. And that is why you are going to Dubai today in order to look for work. That is why you are in Qatar today. That is why you are dying to go to Kuwait today. Do you see? Had it been they did what Africans do, they would have ended up like Africans. What did Africans do? They thought that in order to be like Europeans, you have to be, the only way for you is to be Europeanized, to be westernized, to be a Christian, to change, discard everything you have is evil, and now you mutate. And by that, you now become like, be developed like the Europeans. No, sir, no, ma. That is why we are trying to rebuild our system. What do I say? We are trying to restore, let me call it restoration of our system. Because the restoration of Biafra is preceded by the restoration of our system, our natural system, through which we shall surely flourish. Without it, it's just like a fish being removed from the river. For how long have we been studying in America, in high universities in America, in UK, coming back? What do you produce? What do you tell me now? Is you know now, you see the politicians, you see the technocrats in Nigeria, or with a long degrees in Harvard, in Columbia, in Oxford, everywhere. What do you have? What system do you have, for goodness sake? Very evil, very monstrous, very corrupt system. That is all they can do, because they are Europeanized. They are westernized. They don't care. They don't care about development through our natural system, because it could be done. But no way. The Europeans created the system and fashioned us in a way that they molded us in a way to continue to be the type of human beings they want us to be. That is why today Bill Gates came to Nigeria last Tuesday and was given a red carpet. Bill Gates that's supposed to be stoned, Bill Gates that's supposed to be arrested for the evil he has been sponsoring in Africa, mostly in Nigeria. Sponsoring Boko Haram, sponsoring terrorism to destroy natural farm produce. Let me read. I will go into the subject matter, but I will continue on the topic of ideology. But I want to read this news headline. What Bill Gates did. Because we are trying to be Europeanized, westernized. Now, our eyes are blind into seeing the evil confronting us. Because the problem in Nigeria is artificial. It is artificial. It is not natural. It is artificial. The Europeans saw the Fulani as willing tools, because the Fulanis, even before the coming of the Europeans, the Fulanis were in a mission of conquest. So they took notice of that. Do you remember the emirs of North, the Fulani emirs, after their defeat by Frederick Lugard, they gathered and lied down, pay obeisance to Frederick Lugard and told him, please leave us. We will be your vassal. We will serve you, but do not touch the system we have created. Do not educate, do not westernize or try to bring your Western education to our people. We shall send you only our elites, our children, the children of the monarchs, to your school to be educated by you, but leave the population, please. Anything you want us to do, you want the people to do, just come through us. Give us a command, and we command the people. And the world, Lugard was overjoyed. He said, what I was looking for in Sokoto, I saw it in Sokoto. No problem. As long as there is no problem, I leave you with. Because they did not believe in Western education. Right from beginning. Are you hearing me? And that is what they have been they have activated till today through Boko Haram. What is Boko Haram? Western education is evil. So how do you think that Boko Haram could be defeated by Nigerian government? Tell me, who is Nigeria? Is Boko Haram. This is what they are fighting for. They fight that, you know, that their people should never go Western education, should never attend to Western education. Now they made it official, and that is why the northern politicians, the Fulani politicians, are supporting them directly and indirectly. They are supporting, they are sponsoring Boko Haram, sponsoring Fulani headsmen. But we now that have been made European slaves, we didn't understand this. We are still clamoring for, oh, Nigeria, Nigeria. You don't know that Ekegon Kwa. Hey, Kegon Kwa, direct. Can you tell me the reason? Just can you reason by yourself? Biafran, the rise of Biafra in 1967. Nigeria tried everything to crush it, to defeat it, under 3 years. But look at Boko Haram. Since 2000, how many, 20 something years, 24, 25 years now, they are still on the rampage. Even Hamotago, they have born children. Now they have ISWAP, and now Fulani, they have a direct Fulani terrorist that is exclusively for the Fulanis, Fulani military, being sponsored by Nigeria. Do you see how they go? Do you see how they go? How they roll? Now, the Bill Gates that is with the West that is sponsoring this killing of natural farmers of natural seeds, natural seedlings. They have been, you know, he was welcomed into Nigeria upon the revelations of Dr. Njemanze. The Nigerians take any note? Did they care? No. It was revealed by an Igbo man. So the Britain made sure to transmit the hatred of Igbos to all the Nigerian ethnicities. The indigenous people that are in Nigeria, they transmitted the same hatred and made sure to create a system in Nigeria of Igbo hatred, so that it doesn't matter the calamity that is coming upon them, they use Igbo hatred to cover everything, to cover their eyes. That is why, let me read for you this news headline. Let me read for you this news headline. The dreaded Fulani terrorist leader called Tuji Bello. He said, houses will not farm after killing Fulanis. Bandit leader Tuji Bello. It was a news headline of the 5th of this month. That is day before yesterday, Thursday. He said, houses will not farm after killing Fulanis. Ask yourself, why do they target farmers? Houses, are they not Muslims? Ask yourself. You know, when you think that something is a conspiracy theory, you look at facts and now reason. If you have the reasoning capacity, you reason to find out, why are these Fulani terrorists targeting farmers? Because it is what begets, it is what the West, the plan of the West, through Bill Gates, to sponsor it. Bill Gates sponsored the whole thing. That's why the thing is ongoing. Are you hearing me? That is why they are targeting farmers. The terrorist leader, he said it openly, that houses will not farm after killing Fulanis. Why is it that they are targeting farmers? That is a question for you to research and find an answer. You had it through Dr. Njemanze. That look, what is happening the Boko Haram terrorism and all the rest, Fulani terrorism and jihadism, it is highly orchestrated, it is artificial, it is orchestrated, planned, and sponsored by Big Gates, by the Western government, Britain, America, through Big Gates, in order to what? To introduce GMO food. You know, Nigeria has the highest number of population in Black Africa. Nigeria, in the whole of Africa, in short. They have the largest number of Africans, or black race, let me put it. After Nigerian population, I think the second is Brazil. Brazil have the second largest, no, if I'm not mistaken now. If I'm mistaken, somebody might correct me, but I know it was once like that. The largest number, second is Brazil. So why do they choose Nigeria? Because it is the largest number of where you have the largest number of Africans. So anything that starts from there, it will spread everywhere. So that is why they initiated this terrorism, which is undefeatable. 20-something years, a country with their conventional army that defeated Biafra under 3 years. Biafra with their everything supported, you know, Britain supported them. The West supported them to crush Biafra. But when it comes to Fulani terrorists, the Boko Haram, no. Instead of being defeated, they continue expanding. Today, these Fulani terrorists, Boko Haram, they are controlling major parts of the northern Nigeria. They are in control. They act with impunity. That's why this terrorist leader, Tuji Bello, he said that Hausas will not farm. If you read the body, he said they will not farm, no, even if those that are farmed before, they can never harvest. They will destroy their farm. Why is it that they are going to farm? They are going after the farm. Why? Can't you ask yourself? Now you compare it with the revelations of Dr. Njemanze. Do you see where logic plays a role? Where you can reason, your reasoning capacity, if you can. But do Nigerians do they reason at all? That is the reason why here on Radio Biafra we are trying to develop our reasoning capacity, to build our reasoning common sense. Do you know that common sense is not common? Do you know that? Common sense is never common. So make people reason logically, it is not easy. Because once you reason, according to Sadhguru, he said, once you say, I don't know, you accept that you don't know. Because what is in this world is, I know and I don't know. When you say you believe, you are trying to pretend that you knew, but you don't know nothing. And that is the worst situation. So you accept, you either know or you don't know. And once you don't know, you understand and accept that you don't know, your intelligence will be activated in order to know, try to know. He gave an example. He said, look, if for example you are walking in the night, in a dead night, in a dead pitch darkness, like in Nigeria, NEPA took off light, and you're outside, and everywhere is black, dark, you cannot see a thing. You don't know how the ground, the level of the ground, you don't know how it is, and you are walking. What will you do? You will be very at alert, because you don't know the situation of the ground. You don't know whether there is a snake on the ground, because you don't see. So you are naturally, your intelligence now will become more brighter. You will start being at alert, and even if there is a rope on the road, you just shake, jump it, because you don't know whether it is a snake or not, because your intelligence now is playing a role. Your eyes, you don't know. Do you see? You don't know. But once you believe that, I know, don't worry, I know, you will see that even the land we are going, you as it is dark, everywhere is pitch black, You can even step inside a goat and break your leg. Because you believe you know. As you believe, you deceive yourself that I know, whereas you don't know anything. Before you know, you continue swimming in your stupid character. So what is in this life is, I know, I don't know. There are many things that are not known yet in this world. Many millions, if not zillions of things. But once we accept that we don't know, that is when our intelligence will be activated in order to try to know. Are you hearing me? Do you know that is why creative, the awakening, I will go into it a bit. These are in the body of the discussions of today in ideology. Once once people are awakened, once people becomes curious to know, eager to know, that is it brings development, because the population now are awakened. They are awake. They now want to know things. They now want to do things, because the difference between human beings and other animals is that human being is the only animal that translates their language, human language, into technology. What is technology? Doing something. Building something, creating something, creativity. That is what it means. Are you hearing me? So, and there's something I want to also talk about, just say a bit, just something that enters into my heart now, just now. Every time we used to see on the social media, oh, Biafrans have talent, look at how natural they are, how naturally talented. Yes, we are. But let me say this. You see people building drones. There is a little unmanned airplanes that can fly with a commando. Yes. You see people constructing cars. Yes. But why are we only channeled onto only that? I saw on the social media how a Biafran built a mini petrol station, gas pumping station, mini one, and is applauded. Now I ask, how is it going to help our population? Oh, you build car. Yes, it's natural talent. But let me bring our focus to another way. Why don't we think of something practical that can help our community, our village lives? Can I tell you something? You see, we have been using hoes and sickles, organ, nanko, for centuries, if not millennium. Because our ancestors, they built hoes, they constructed hoes, blacksmiths, they did it. And none of us have ever thought of, how do we mechanize, how do we improve this, so that our people will not be using this force, energy of every time, the same thing of since 100 years back. We are still doing the same thing today. No, where our mind is, talent is when you construct an aeroplane. That is when you have talent. Or when you build a car. These are good, yes. But, when you watch the Chinese, the Asians in general, they always go for something that will improve their villagers' lives, their population's life immediately. Not constructing, he constructed a drone. How many people can fly aeroplane? How many? You are going into a system whereby even if you can construct a big aeroplane, for Nigeria to even give you license to fly as a pilot. It's another war. Why don't we start with things, little things? I posted on my timeline how this eruru, this eruru, this lava, we call it lava, that comes from palm tree, or this palm wine tree, which we used to look for. We used to eat it. Very proteinous inside our bushes. But in Asia, in Thailand, they start farming it. You go to General Srafre, you scroll down, you will see it. All these are things, little things that can change our villages, our communities. You know, that is revolutionize the way things go. Why can't you, as a way that you think of how you can at least mechanize cultivation? I mean, instead of plowing with your hand, you know, you try to construct something different that can, at least you'll be selling it. Villagers will be buying it instead of every time for you to get all from you know, one acre of land. Maybe it can take 5 people, maybe 5 days to finish by hand. Why can't you find a way? Think about this holes. How do I do? Because you know, in our land, in Biafra land, mostly in many parts of our land, is a tropical area. It's not savanna, like in the middle belt or in the north. No, where you have grassland, where you lines are level, no trees. In our place, we have trees. So some of those places, tractors cannot be viable for it. Are you hearing me? But what was a way that, as somebody that is talented, you can try to think, how can I modify a hoe that can be using, maybe if you are pushing it with a motorcycle, as you know, do something that can be affordable. You'll be people will be demanding, oh, I want this. Now you'll be using it to cultivate. One time I saw somebody, and I think it's a Kenyan that did it on social media. How small machine, very little, I think it's a weather even. It's not sophisticated even, but a kind of mechanized to plant corns. Are you hearing me? And people started buying it on his side. That is revolution. Agricultural revolution, making it more easier. Instead of you, every time when we talk about Biafra got silent, oh, you are thinking of it now, when you want to build the aeroplane, you have to build the car for you to know it's talented. No. We have to start from small things that changes people's lives in a small way. Because from there, you get to bigger one. Let me tell you, the Europeans didn't enter. Look at telephone today. Okay, look at television today. Telephones, it started from telegram, sending messages, come, you'll be pressing, come, telegram by the military. From there, he enter telephone. I can get a telephone dialing. From there, you know, they continue modifying from time to time, because once you start wanting, after, you know, you can modify it. You can improve it. But we want to enter nuclear science, you know, go to build a spacecraft without even starting from the scratch. This is sometimes, I call it madness, because we are thinking only one way. How do you improve? You go to villages, see how farmers, we are talking about going back to farm. Yes, which we are seeing the good result. But when you go and see people that are digging, if you want to farm, you hire and you pay. You know, you will take maybe 1 or 2 of them, you know, in order to make one mold, it takes time. Why can't you think out and say, look, you start building maybe a kind of hoe that is a bit mechanized, Because from mechanization, it will enter electronic. Because in our land, these big tractors is not in every part of our land that it is viable. Are you hearing me? It is not our land that cannot, because of the trees we have. So we need to, localize, indigenized technologies that can fit our daily activities. That is it. You see, in Malaysia, see how they develop palm oil, palm tree plantation. See how they develop it. They build trains, railway lines inside hundreds of kilometers of palm oil plantations. And now they even modify the way they no more use ete. In our land, still people use ete. The old ete that have been in existence for centuries, if not millennia, in our land. People still use it to go aitengo, to go and cut a palm tree. Why our people cannot at least modify and improve that ete to be more easy? They are no more using it in Malaysia. They build things in order to make cutting of palm tree, palm nuts very, very easy. It's no more using it to climb. No. So why are you thinking of rocket science? Whereas the basic things that can improve our lands, the lifestyles of our people, the normal population, you don't even think about that, and you want to go to build jet fighter. Sometimes we are getting it wrong, honestly. Sometimes we do get things wrong. It is because of the mentality. That's it. It's because of our mentality. Therefore, we must always be, our talents, our technological acquisitions and talents should be in line to develop the lives of our people, common people. That thing you think is crude, you bring it up. In our place, right from beginning, now villages. Have you taken your time to try to modify so that if it is not a blending, in our own local way, now you build things that can improve that pounding of yam and the cocoyam and the cassava in our land? No, only your mind is if as a talented person I must build a car, I must build an aeroplane to fly. Now they praise you. Of what use? Tell me, how is it going to change our people's life? You are building something that aeroplane. You don't even have a. I saw somebody testing a drone on social media sometime in Allah. Roads were blocked. You don't even have a aerodrome in order to test that kind of thing. You don't even have free road. So how are you going? How do you focus your mind in all those kind of things? Why don't you think, this is how we have it? Just simple machines. Simple machines in order to improve, to harvest the cassava. Things that are very simple that you can, before people will see it and say, oh boy, this thing good. Oh. Instead of walking using hand, before that thing you can do under 5 hours. In 2 minutes, that simple machine can be used and can do it. That is it. That revolution started like that. Industrial revolution. That is how it is. Not trying to build something very huge that No. We need to go back to start thinking local. All those things that you think when you see it, now how do I build something that people can be using to climb the tree that will help the ordinary palm wine tapper in the village. Help him, very easy. Balance, even without falling. Now, very easy. Before you know it, just stay and just press. Maybe the thing will carry him, go up. He finish his business up and come down. Before you know, you build it. And people will start to, and you sell it. Before you know, people will start commanding. Build, I need. That is, it will now replace the old ete. Do you see what is in advancement and improvement? But you don't think this. Only what our people think, he built a mini stadium. Oburiana na Alaba. Or na Newi. And Biafra, we have talent. Now you ask, what is that going to contribute? Are you going to be given finance to be building stadium? You have people that are that have that technicalities. So you see that you are just sometimes our people are just doing cinema. We need to channel our talent to something that will benefit us, benefit our people, direct, benefit common people, improve the lives of common people. That is industrial revolution. Now, let me come back to this bandit leader, Tuji Bello. He threatened the Hausa farmers. And Hausas, you are listening to me, Hausas. Now you know that, now they have come out. Fulani have come out openly. Before we are calling Hausa Fulani, there is nothing like Hausa Fulani. Do you see that we are always right? Here on Radio Biafra. Akofechakwa or Dhanao. Before we were calling, Hausa Fulani. No. It was a creation by the Fulani to deceive the Hausas into believing that they are one. Look at the terrorist leader. Do you see the whole killings? Most of the killings in the north, villages rampaged. They are Hausas and other indigenous population. The Fulani are killing them, changing the demography, pursuing them from their ancestral lands and taking over. But the worst part of it is that these same Hausas, many of them are Muslims. Yes. They are blinded by the hatred of Igbos. Instead of them to rise up and do their thing, fight the war that has been imposed upon them since 1804 till today. Instead, they will be blaming on Yamini. Do you see the problem? Do you see where it is too bad? The Hausas, the other indigenous populations in the north, once they hear on Yamini, they say no, they will still follow the same hatred, the same Fulani to hate Igbos, without them knowing that it is a program. They are being programmed. Fulani inserted a system in Nigeria. It is being inserted first of all by Britain, and the Fulani copied it, and inserted it into the lives of indigenous people to hate Igbos. It doesn't matter whatever they are suffering, they hate Igbos. The hatred of Igbos covers every of their suffering. Once they are contented with hating Igbos, even if they are dying, they don't care. Once, as long as they are hating Igbos, it's okay for them. It's very bad. Very, very bad. Now there is this let me see. This IPOB press release. Yes. Let me check for it. Which IPOB talked about the evil committed against IPOB by Anambra Vigilante Group, that IPOB have declared war on Anambra Vigilante Group over illegal killing of member. Let me say this, and let me continue reiterating this. What Britain is doing through the Nigerian government, they have activated Gowon agenda. I said it last time, and I will continue repeating this so that people will understand. They have done what? Activated Gowon agenda. Use Igbo people, Gowon and Obasanjo agenda. Obasanjo used it and ended the war very swiftly. He used Igbos to kill Igbos. Remember Mazi Nadede? He said that when he was captured during the war in 1969, I think, that the person that questioned him as a Nigerian soldier was an Igbo man, partly Igbo, partly Yoruba, fathered by Igbo and mothered by Yoruba. He speaks Igbo fluently like any other thing. Do you see it? Obasanjo capitalized on, he used Igbo to fight Igbo, to kill Igbo, to bring Igbo back to Nigeria. That is what they are doing today. They have activated this agenda of confusion in our land to use our people to turn against our people. So that as we are fighting and killing ourselves, we will not have time. We will not have the time of fighting our common enemy. I've been saying this today. They arm anybody. It's a Nigerian agenda, the Nigerian activation. Any group of people, individuals, could be armed now, today. And they will come out on social media, be giving order. Now we do this. Look at what somebody is doing, giving our people to stay, whether 1 month or 40 days, sit at home. Don't you see that it is real? These people are against our people. They don't want us alive. Do you know that this is sit at home? The Nigerian military is enforcing it. How do you tell somebody to stay at home for 1 month? Which means this is a genocide. Don't you know that? No, you will not go for your economic activity. Hunger will kill you at home. There are many of our people are people that feeds from hand to mouth. In that zoo, in short. If you don't go out one day, you don't go to your shop, how do you feed? You will not make any money. You stay with your family 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and you say you are fight. The person is telling you that this is a right way for you to fight to get Biafra. Are you going to be alive to get Biafra or what? Do you see that Nigerian government is directly in charge? These people are trying to impose anti-Biafra policies and programs that will kill us as quick as possible. Don't you think? When we make noise, when all these people make noise, let us sit down and reason, please. I'm now talking slowly so that I want us to reason, because a people that reasons is a people that advances. A population that reasons is a population that advances. Just let us use common sense. How can somebody tell you to stay at home? Don't you see during the COVID-19, people started shouting. Even in developed countries that government share palliatives every day. But people say, no, we cannot stay indoors. For what? Because staying indoors, one, it is not healthy for your body. Number one, you have to, in the case of our own people in Biafra land, how do you feed? How do you feed? So you stay in your place and die. Everybody, the whole family will just die. Extermination. That is what they mean. Oh, we stay at home for 1 month. Easy, very easier said than done. And you see people that I want people to be reasoning, please. People that they will be sent to go and hey, you need Biafra. And then these are nonsense, rubbish they use in stealing. We need a release Mazi. These are criminals. They are not there for anything, releasing Mazi Nnamdi or anything. Mazi Nnamdi is not their leader. They are just there in order to play the script of what they are being given. The order they are being. Nigerian government give the script. Say, okay, declare 1 month sit at home in Biafra land. And they tell people, they give people gun to any person they see, you shoot them. How are you killing the people Or are you serving them? Which one? No, let us use our common sense. Common sense now. Are you secret common sense? I cannot understand. When you even telling people to sit at home, one day, IPOB is doing it strategically. Let me tell you, everything we are using it strategically. Not every time, when need be, but they bastardizes. Now they are talking about 1 month. Sit at home. How do you think that this is direct insult or call for annihilation of Biafrans? That is what he's doing. Because when you tell people sit down at home, just sit down, don't go work, don't go work, you will not eat. What who provides food for the family? Without economic activity, you cannot feed. So let us be sensible. Let us be calculative. Not everything you take it as, oh, that is it. It's sit at home. It's order. Which kind of order? What type of order? Is it order to kill everybody? The boy, kindly check, okay, please. Kindly check. And this Anambra Vigilante group, they have made themselves. They are trying to make themselves as a bubagon, and they must have coalition with IPOB, with ESN. I am telling you. The way they are doing things, they killed one of us that didn't do nothing to them. Only because he's a member of IPOB. He's a coordinator of a zone, of a unit. And they shot and killed him for nothing. That's why IPOB warns them that they will hear from IPOB. IPOB say openly. You know, IPOB rarely makes this type of press release. But when you see them, when you see IPOB leadership do this, know that there is no other way. There is no other way. But we must be all ears. Kaina nganti. Kaina nganti. Therefore, as I said, today I'm going to continue on the importance of common ideology, which I started 2 weeks ago. Ideology. It is a system of ideas and ideals, especially one which forms the basis of economic or political theory and policy. It is a thing, it is a system of ideas and ideals that is used in shaping people, organizing people together. Are you hearing me? You know, the other time, a few minutes ago, I talked about the Arab awakening in 19th century and early 20th century. They were trying to remove them from their natural local ideology, which is their culture, which is Islam. Because Islam came to them in 7th century through Muhammad. And they fought over it for more than 150 years. And it became their culture. The same thing, Christianity came to Europe. And they fought over it. And it became their culture. That is the same thing. Now, after more than 1,000 years, Europeans came to their land as they went to Africa also. Try to wipe away their natural ideology. But they said no. They wanted to fall, but after they resemble people that rose up from sleep and said, no, that is the awakening. And that is the situation we are in today. The awakening. They awakened. Na bulie. You see now wow. This is now you become awakened. That is the awakening. and entered into enlightenment, started enlightening others. That is enlightenment. They called it the Nahda. Why? Because the Europeans wanted to erase their culture and reprogram them in European style, so that they will become controllable. They will become, exploitable by the Europeans. Exactly what they did to Africa. But they refused. They stood by and went back to their ideology. They say, no, remember, we are Arabs, number one. We have our culture, which is Islam. So we are going to use it to develop, not entering into Western culture. Because if we enter into Western culture, it is just like a fish that you have removed the fish from its natural habitat. That fish is no more alive. That is why Nigeria is a quagmire it is today. Because we are removed from our natural habitat. Are you hearing me? Ideology could be regarded as a form or pattern of a person or people. It is a science of ideas. That is what we are trying to restore, our ideology. With, this thing goes hand in hand. When you look at the political path of Biafra restoration, as IPOB is doing, you also see the other side, the cultural part, which is also what we are trying to do here in Radio Biafra, in order to restore the mindset of our people. That first of all, we had our culture, our ideology, before the advent of the Europeans. Yes, it is not perfect, and no culture is perfect, but we can modify it, we can improve on it, and develop with it. Do you remember when Mazi was asked by TVC journalists, Nigerian journalists, he said, what type of system do you prefer, or are you going to use in Biafra? He wanted Mazi to tell him, we are going to use American system of parliament, or English system of parliament, American system of this and that, this presidential system. No. Mazi told him, we are going to use Biafra system. Is there? I clap. That when I watch it, the first time I clap for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I clap for him. And the interviewer, the journalist, was disappointed. Are you hearing me? We are going to use our own ideology, improve on it, to develop. That is what we are doing here. That is why we are dishing out this enlightenment, so that we go out back to our ideology. Many people are mischievous when we preach. They say, no, we are attacking their religion. They say, no, we don't want the freedom of worship. Oh. These are the same people. When you are talking about freedom of religion, every Sunday in their pulpit, they preach against our culture, our ancestors. They pray against ancestral spirits. They sing music demonizing anything concerning our culture. Now, which is not true. Now, when we come to correct the whole nonsense, they say, no, believe what you believe, I believe what I believe. If this concept was being respected, the Europeans wouldn't have brought their religion to our land. There wouldn't have been anything like evangelism. What I'm telling you is factual. If the way they are mischievously and very hypocritically talking today, if it is how it should be, or it had been right from beginning, no person will have problems. Because there wouldn't have been anything like evangelism. You know, when you bring your religion and start telling it to another person of another religion, telling him that your own is the only way, the truth, and the life, what does it mean? You are bullying the person. You are telling him, minimizing his own. Had it been, believe what you believe, I believe what I believe, the Europeans wouldn't have even, they would have hidden their own religion and came and did business with us. Religion apart, they will not say anything about their religion. It's good or it's bad, or they will keep quiet. But they started this. Do you see how evil they think? They are reasoning. When we pray, they say no. Why? It doesn't mean that there will be no freedom of worship. Why? Who is telling you that? If Biafra comes, you worship anything you want. But let me tell you, there must be an overriding ideology. That is why we must continue preaching. That is why we must continue bringing all this to the limelight for people to analyze. These are facts. We are trying to rebuild our ideology, because this is one thing that can galvanize us together. The Europeans came and destroyed our belief system, that is our ideology, things that galvanize us together, and we became vulnerable. No more ideology. Now in 1914, they sold Nigeria to us as our ideology. And we were jumping up and down. They sold Nigeria to, oh, you are all Nigerians. Not knowing that there is a skeleton in their cupboard. We are the losers. The main losers in everything. I am telling you, we Biafrans, we are the main losers. They came and preached to us, give us a handout that said, if they slap you this side, turn the other side to be slapped. Are you hearing me? Whereas they came here and killed us with the same religion. They slaughtered us. Now they go and arm another people that believe in tit for tat. Arm them, say go and kill these people because they have natural resources. That is why they destroyed us. They sold to us Nigeria as our ideology, which is fake. In 1964, Ahmad Bello granted the famous interview where he disdained the Igbos, where he showed the highest hatred. That was in 1964. He granted the interview to the BBC. I played it before. That one thing he know about the Igbos, that they want to dominate. That if an Igbo man is employed to be a laborer, he want to come out as a head man. Is that thing bad? The answer is no. But it's just to demonize us. Are you hearing me? It's just to demonize us so that we become disdained in the eyes of people. The same way they have the right to talk about ethnically profile the Igbos as they want, kill Igbos, to do this by everybody. But once our people, you see our sister Amaka in Canada, out of annoyance, she replied. And all of a sudden, Nigerian government started reacting. If we don't know, if we don't learn, we become more stupid. I'm telling you. All of a sudden, the Nigerian federal representatives or Senate House, they started talking about it. They voted Nigeria as a government. They now complained against our sister. Whereas people talk about against Igbo, kill Igbos, do this and that against Igbos. Oba of Benin, Oba of Lagos, threatened in front of the Igbos, in camera, to throw the whole of Igbos inside the sea if they didn't vote his choice candidate. Many occasions, even the first lady Tinubu, she threatened the Igbos ethnically, tribal, ethnically, that they should inherit. Yoruba should marry Igbo to inherit them, inherit their properties. If they die, that their properties are for Yorubas. This is ethnic profiling. It's hate speech. Different ones. Nigerian government don't think about it. They don't hear it. Only when an Igbo person reacts in self-defense, that is when they will come. They will galvanize Nigeria. And the worst part of it is that when they say Nigeria, Nigerian senators or Nigerian House of Reps, you still see Igbo reps there talking, you know, joining in what they are doing against our people. But they can never raise their voice when their people are ethnically, or hate speech is made against the Igbos. They will never raise it in the Senate House or to tell Nigerians to come the same way you are profiling, or you rise up. Let us rise up against this one. No, they will not do it. This is not only sad. This is horrible. You know, we used to say that we Igbos, we are orphans. No person talks for us. It's only IPOB. That is why we are building. We want us to go back to our ideology. Let me tell you something. Any person that is downplaying what we are doing, saying that, thinking that, you know, hey, no, this is not the most important thing, my brother, question him. Because our mentalities have been shaped by this foreign religion in order to accept the unacceptable. Do you hear me? In order for us to have pity, oh, pray for your enemy. Any religion that is telling you pray for your enemies, that religion hates you as a people. It's a program. They want you to be sheep. They call you atono. They look at the whole animals. They don't name you jaguar. They don't name or say, if you are adherent of this thing, adherent of our religion, you are a lion. At least you have power. No. They name you the most stupid animal on earth. Atono. How do you think that you can survive through that? How? I played a clip before. The King Mvemba of Bakongo. You saw what happened. He thought, let me bring, before I continue, let me bring that clip again, please, because that clip is very, very educative. That clip, highly educative. I am telling you. Let me start. Let me play it again. Listen. Before I continue in what I'm talking.
At the beginning of the 16th century, on the southern bank of the River Congo, a determined effort was made, with Portuguese aid, to Europeanize the African kingdom of Bukongo.
To Europeanize African king of Bakongo. Do you think when they say Europeanize, do you think they will come to develop your land to be like theirs? No. They want to conquer you mentally, so that you'll be feeling that you are part of them, whereas they will now be controlling you mentally, controlling your government, be lecturing you on how to live. Are you hearing me? That is what it means. Mental conquest. Once they conquer your way of life, they change it. You become an eternal imitator. There is nothing you can imitate and they will writen it. They will mark it good. They will say, no, try this. They will continue being your eternal teacher, because doing that brings problems to you, to the country. And it makes you become vulnerable and exploitable. It's just like bringing out a fish. Not killing a fish, bringing out a fish. Put a fish inside an aquarium, artificially created aquarium. For the fish, is still living, but the owner is living at the mercy of the owner of that aquarium. The fish is being fed For the fish, it's moving around. Oh, it's living nice water, everything. But the owner is feeding it fat for himself. Do you see that? But once you are in your natural ideology, your natural culture, no person can catch you. You owe no person apology. You are doing things in your own way. Only you can take, modify your thing. You can improve on your culture. You can shed out things, to stop things, some things, and you can also, bring in some things. It is your thing. No person can teach you to do your thing. Are you hearing me? You improve naturally. Are you hearing what I'm saying? According to the time, according to the situation. After all, the Europeans, you see, they killed the slave. How many? 70-something million slaves from Africa they took away from Africa. Most of them, many of them died in the in Atlantic Ocean. That time, but they were civilized people, right? That time they were calling themselves civilized, but they were buying slaves, killing slaves, treating human beings like objects. But as time goes on, situations and times change. They started thinking, say, this culture of slavery, no, we have to stop it. Are you hearing me? That is how things go. They started stopping it. Maybe because of things they see, because of other things, but that their culture of killing, treating human beings like animals, they started minimizing it because it's their natural culture. Remember, Europeans, they were naturally feudalism. And feudalism, people are not equal. You have slaves, you have nobles and peasants. It's natural, it is their culture. But these are the people that committed these horrible crimes today, and now you are thinking that they are the most civilized people on earth. No, sir, no, ma. Only that time changes things. This is the same way. Because when we talk about our culture, our tradition, you say, you start thinking of bad things. Both fictions and realities. You start thinking about bad things. As if people that did it that time, when did they start? They opened up in America for black and white people to be going together. How many years now? It's just few decades ago. Now you still see they have this discrimination, but they harbor it in themselves. They just showcase it in a diplomatic way. It's no more before like they show it before openly. Are you hearing me? So for you to understand that time can change things. With the time, one type of culture could also mutate, change, because of time, because of the present situation. Are you hearing me? But when you see, you say you want to be Europeanized, that is, you want to make yourself a slave. It is not a credit. As an African, you should never be Europeanized. How many Europeans have been Africanized? Tell me. So this king, in his miscalculation, he wanted to be Europeanized because he thought that while imitating, is the same mentality that is being harbored today in Nigeria. Because they believe that while everything is a miracle, maybe as they are praying, one day Nigeria will turn to Dubai. Everybody will now change and things will become better. That is the same fundamentally flawed mentality. Now, with the prayer now, it go better. These are fundamentally flawed mentality that is bringing out all this. Are you hearing me? You have to work hard. And you start by changing the system. And the system starts from the ideology. You can never, change by, develop by only imitation. Being you want to be like Europeans. No. Be yourself. Be yourself. Now, only innovate. Innovate that yourself. That is it. So, continue listening, please.
Earlier, in the 1490s, in the reign of Nzinga Ankuu, Portuguese missionaries and traders began to arrive among the Bakongo. Favorably impressed with these foreigners, the next Mani Congo of the Bakongo, Nzinga Amvemba, son of Nzinga Ankuu, decided to Europeanize his kingdom.
He decided to Europeanize his kingdom. Do you see? Do you see the flawed mentality? Instead of learning, and do you see, oh, Chineke. Instead of trying to learn to get something as the Japanese did, when at the same time, 15th century, the Japanese also, the European, the Portuguese also, they went to Japan. Japanese islands, archipelago. They went to Japan the first time. And they saw Japanese. Japanese, we are fascinated by these strangers that came to their land from only God knows where they came from, with their level of civilization. The Portuguese, they brought gunpowder. That time, the Japanese didn't know anything like gunpowder. The samurais, they were using only swords and the spears, just like Africans. The same thing. Are you hearing me? Now, the Portuguese started what they did now, just like what they are doing everywhere, every other place in the world. Their missionaries enter, because their missionaries are their forward-moving infantry. Because they go on as a war group. Their missionaries that they want to, they will enter in order to preach, to bring down, sedate the people, so that the next thing is the army will crush them. You will now, they will bring the people, turn the people's minds into Christianity, baptize them, so that the population now will be with them as their Christian brothers, turning against their own selves, against their own kings, against their own cultures, so that when the king declares war against the Europeans, the people who you are declaring war, they are with the missionary, they are with Europeans already. They tell you, no, I'm no more Kafo, I'm St. Michael. The Reverend Father will tell you, don't ever carry arm against your Christian brother. Amen. Amen. And he will not, the job of the missionaries are more deadly. They will enter into them, convert them, the people, telling them that, look, all these your traditions are evil. Don't obey your king. Don't obey your tradition, because it's evil. That is the first killing, the first slaughter. Remember, this is how Ottoman Danfodio manipulated the Hausas. Through Islam, the same thing. He entered, started teaching the king's Shehu, the Hausa king. Started teaching in his palace. And the king allowed him because he believed in Quran. Thinking that he's teaching them Quran. No. He used that avenue, started teaching the people that, look, you are a king. He's evil. He's not a good Muslim, because he's eating and dining with non-Muslims. You understand? So you should hate him. You people, yes, you are houses like you are houses, but once you are either a Muslim or you are not. Even if your brother is not a Muslim, you have the right to kill him. You know, Christianity, they don't preach killing, or outright killing, but they put hatred, they put wage, so that you start fearing your brother. I'm giving you the parallel, the equivalence. While Ottoman Danfodio started preaching hatred, direct killing, hatred. In our land also, the Europeans, they preach the same hatred. But they tell you, disobey your king. Go and scatter your shrines. If your people tell you to gather, no, you are no more with them because you are no more in this world. You are no more with the Gentiles. If they call for war to fight against us, the white people, the colonizers, say no, because they are our saviors. That is what happened in our land. Hate speech. Is this not historical? When people will mischievously be misinterpreting because on they know the truth. Some of them know the truth, but they block their mind. They don't want to accept it. But that is what happened in our land. That is why our land today is in tatters. Because they destroyed our common ideology of Onyaga na one. Our Denala. They destroyed it. They tried to do it in Japan. They are forward military, which is the missionaries. The European colonizers are forward military. The missionaries, they went into action, spread into the city. They say under a few months or a few years, they have built 15,000 churches or more than in Japan. Now the Japanese monarchs, they started observing rebellions. People now looking down on their temples, on their shrines, on their customs. People now going to burn their shrines. Exactly what happened in our land. They say no. If we leave this, and do you know, let me tell you the truth about this. Do you know one of the main reasons the Japanese kings and prince why they allowed the missionaries in first to start preaching? They wanted to curb the powers of their own Buddhist monks, because a time came in Japan, the Buddhist monks were so powerful that they are even trying to challenge the power of their kings. Let me tell you, for a people to develop, you must relegate anything religion to the background. Even if you are own religion, your own natural religion, because a time it makes people, once they start growing up bloating, because there must be government must be in place. Government should be the highest. Are you hearing me? So the Japanese monks were also, because they go hand in hand anyway, so they were growing too large, trying to overshadow their monarchs, their government. So the Japanese kings purposely allowed the Christian missionaries in order to check whether they can checkmate the powers of their monks. And they found out in time that no, this is the worst. They wanted to commit the worst mistake. They want to be enslaved forever. So when Emperor what is the name? The capital of Japan. Sometimes you cannot, something very simple, you just forget it. Can somebody just inbox me, what is the capital of Japan, please? Tokyo. Yes. When Emperor Tokyo took over power as a monarch, he studied the situation. He found out that if he did not stop this, that Japan will be enslaved forever by the Europeans, and that will be the worst type of slavery. Because when they colonized their people, now mentally it will be the worst. Are you hearing me? It will be the worst. No, it's Tokyo. So what did they do? What did they do? The monarchy of Emperor Tokyo What did he do? He turned against and started fighting back. He gave order that, look, missionary preaching evangelism should stop. You know, once you start something, they started it in a small distance. They overlooked it. They say, who is he? He started warfare against them direct. He started war against European Christianity. Any Japanese person that converted, he say is it not up to 1 year, they destroyed more than 15,000 churches. They burnt them down. They burnt all of them down. If they see you professing that religion, they cut off your neck. Not only you and your family. Do you see today? We make these are historical references. Every time you are thinking, oh, Japan is developed, Japan is developed. I want to be like Japan. Can you do what they did? But when they come to, okay, this is the right way in order to channel our radio, you say no. Now, wow, no. How do you think you can do what they did? How? They fought against this virus and pursued the whole missionaries out of Japan. They closed Japan. This fight, not one day, it took 250 years to isolate the Japanese isolated their citizens. No going out to study anywhere in Europe. No going to America to study anywhere. That time, for 250 years, no person should go out. Neither any missionary come in. They knew what they are doing. Today now, you are living in Japan. You are listening to me, aren't you? You are enjoying it. You are enjoying the country, aren't you? But have you studied how they become so great? This is the main thing. They completely cut off foreign influence, mental caging. They completely stopped it. What you are embracing, say you can never eat your cake and have it. It is completely impossible. Look at just example today. Before transatlantic slavery, they pay Africa people. Africans were bought in the slave coast, which is the Bight of Biafra. People were bought with money. Europeans bought. They have agents in our land that are wealthy, living big, dealing with selling their brothers to the Europeans. Today, history is still repeating itself, isn't it? History is repeating itself. Once they called, Britain called that he wanted slaves to come and serve in the army to be sent to war front in Ukraine. You see Nigerians resigning from Nigerian army. Mostly, I can assure you that these are mostly Biafrans, mostly Southerners, mostly Christians. Because once Christians, they say their sheep hear their voice. Is it not what is written? That the sheep hear the voice of the shepherd. Once they call, they hear immediately. So they are running. They are advertising for our people to come to join the British military, to be sent to Ukraine to fight, to be killed. Is it not the same slavery? They are doing it for money. In the next 200 years, 100 years, 200 years, if this madness is not stopped, our coming generation that time will look back and start insulting you as their ancestors. That what you did, the same way we are insulting people that collaborated with the West in order to sell our own brothers, their own kit and kin to the Europeans, making money. Where is all of those money today? You will be thinking, oh, if I go, they will pay me. How long are you going to? Dignity is better than wealth. You are doing something that your next generations coming will look back and spit on your grave. You went to fight for your slave masters, isn't it? That is exactly the same thing. So let me continue playing this clip about King Mvemba. What we have right to know the history, because history is not being taught in school in Nigeria. That is why our people are ignorant. So here on Radio Biafra, we dig out the historical facts, in order to guide us. Because without knowing your past, you cannot know where you are going to. Without knowing where you are coming from, you cannot know where you are going to. Are you hearing me? You must have, where are you coming from? Now you know where your destination. You know where you are going to. So King Mvemba committed the most horrible mistake, which Japan did not commit. They refused to do that. But this man, he committed the most horrible mistake that sold Congo and other parts of Africa into slavery till today. He wanted to be Europeanized. Therefore, they first of all, you see how they lie. If you want to be like us, you must convert to our religion. And he did it. They continue now giving him meds, European meds, to teach them how to be like, sleep like Europeans, behave like Christians, this and that, without knowing that you think that the thing will continue like that. They want to mellow down your mentality. Once they finish capturing your mind, finish. You are nothing to them. You are simple slave. They can do. Let me continue playing, please. Continue listening.
Favorably impressed with these foreigners, the next Mani Congo of the Bakongo, Nzinga Amvemba, son of Nzinga Ankuu, decided to Europeanize his kingdom. He abandoned his ancestral superstitions and embraced Christianity.
He abandoned his ancestral superstitions and embraced Christianity. Do you see the worst mistake? Every people have their way of life. They have their superstitions. If you must be, you must continue on your ancestral way. From there, you can be making changes as time goes on with the time, instead of abandoning it. That is the worst mistake black Africans did, and that is what we are suffering till today.
Upon being baptized, he dropped his African names and titles. Thenceforth, he would be known as Dom Afonso I, King of the Congo and Lord of the Ambundos.
He dropped his African. They told him even your African name is evil, so he dropped the King Mvemba. He dropped it. Said no, this is evil. He now they baptized him and called him King Alfonso. They gave him Portuguese name, not knowing that he is recruiting himself into a total slave.
He learned to read and write Portuguese. He Europeanized his court in etiquette and dress. With help from Portuguese women who taught Portuguese domestic arts to the ladies of his court, Afonso soon learned to eat like a European and sleep like a Christian. He
learned how to eat like a European and sleep like a Christian. They told him all these things meticulously, so that it's just like when you are writing a program in a computer language, you are writing a program, so that once you finish with that program, anything you type, that computer will do that. The software will behave the same way. That is what they were designed. They designed him, and he was thinking it's a good thing, because he thought that once he's Christianized, everything he will develop like them, not knowing that developments come from within. Development comes from within. You cannot import development. Rather, you can learn. You could learn from outside. Now use what you learn from outside and reform, if any, in your local system. That is why you see Nigeria, it's democracy, this and that. It's impossible to advance, because they imported everything. Nigeria is an importation. It's an imposition. Nigeria was not there until 1914. So, as a European created, the first people that have no business being together to be there And that is the result of what you are seeing. Because they Europeanize us.
Some of his sons and relatives and other noble youths to study in Portugal and Rome. One of these, Dom Henrique, served as Bishop of Utica, a city on the Mediterranean coast of what today is Tunisia. He returned in 1521, after an absence of 13 years, to serve as Bishop of Bukongo. Afonso built schools and churches. His capital, Mbanza Congo, Europeanized and renamed Sao Salvador, was so full of churches it was nicknamed Ikongo dia Ngungo.
He said his kingdom was full of churches that it was nicknamed in Congo dia Congo. I don't know.
Or the city of church bells.
City of church bells. Because he's imitating, he wants to be Europeanized, thinking that the development is like that. Advancement is foreign. No. You have advancement is local, and the Arabs, they understood this. That is why they clamored for Arab Nahda, what they call Nahda, in the 18th and 19th century. That they will develop, but through their own custom, through their own tradition. Because if you try to impersonate, to be like the Europeans, you will only finish up being their slaves, manipulable slaves forever. Are you hearing what I'm saying? That is it. Continue listening.
All through his long reign, 1506 to 1543, this Europeanizing African prince sent embassies to Portugal and to the Pope in Rome, seeking from his brother Christian princes economic, technical, and religious assistance for his efforts to Europeanize his...
He started sending all his reign. He started sending emissaries to his European brother, because now they call him, oh, my brother, my African brother, because they are Christians. Oh, my European brothers, come and help us, you know, to be like you. And just listen to what happens.
His land and people. His long and often despairing effort got him some help, little of which was of the kind he wanted. Afonso wanted aid for autonomous development. His Portuguese helpers wanted slaves.
No background, I want chance. Oh, Chineke. All his clamor, he want to develop his country, he want to be Europeanized, this and that. And at the beginning, they were helping him. Maybe they started building churches everywhere. Oh, now they look at our place now. Is it not churches everywhere? Do you have factories? No. When you are listening to this, compare it to the streets of Anambra. Compare it to the communities in Imo. In our various villages. How many churches are in your village? Count them. Do they have factory? Their size, no. But everybody is on tie. Every Sunday you see people carry Bible on tie. You know, because they are Europeanized. They are Christianized. You see, this man sent emissaries everywhere in Congo and Rome for the type of help he wants. And they came and built churches. And they give help, but not the type of help he wants. Because what they want is slaves. The Portuguese, they want slaves. So all these things, they say, get out, you people are slaves to us. All they are doing, they started collecting slaves from Congo. He was desperate. You will hear it here. The king was desperate. He said, but this is not what we bargained for. I became a Christian. I change as I want to be like you. They say, shut up. By that time, they have captured the mindset of everybody, or majority of the people. So they can no longer go back. They want slaves, and they keep on getting slaves from them. His Christian brothers. Because as long as they have turned them into sheep, now what is Atron for? Sheep are for slaughter. Sheep are for use. They are only useful in whatever you want them to do. Their skins are used for making leather. So that is it. For exploitation. Sheep are there for exploitation. Nothing more. Not for development. No.
So, while he received a trickle of books, masons, printers, blacksmiths, and assorted artisans, he got a disastrous flood of Portuguese slavers. By 1526,
he got a disastrous flood of Portuguese slavers. Now Portugal, once they see that they have Christianized this one, they have turned him into sheep. They have destroyed the mentality of his people. They have completely deceived them. Now they sent their criminals, their brutal, terrorists from Portugal. They saw now this is the time. Because they know that had it been they sent these people at the beginning, they will not succeed. Because their hearts have not been captured. Are you hearing me? They made sure they used Christianity, they captured them. Oh, we are brothers. You know the way if you are fishing with a line and hook, and if you throw your line inside the river, if a fish caught, swallow the hook, you first of all release the line later, release it for him to swallow it more, so that it will hook him in a bad place. Because at the beginning, had it been if you shake your line, you just start drawing. No, maybe you never captured in the right place, the fish will run. That's why at the beginning the Europeans came and pretended, oh, you are our brother, oh, blessed is he that turned, that we see the Son of Man. We are all brothers. They pretended until they capture your heart and they capture the population. The man turned back Congo population that it is Christianity for everybody. Now they started building churches, sending missionaries, sending sisters and brothers. Say everybody, everywhere, teaching them, giving them Bible. Oh yeah, read. This is until they have gotten accustomed, they have swallowed the hook, line, and sinker very well. Their true color started coming out. They brought out their true color. They told them, look, we need develop. The king told them, okay, now we are Christians like you, we need development. They first of all came and built churches so that people will be going there and they will be, they were all brainwashed, as they used to do, even in our land. They were brainwashed. Once they saw that everything is okay now, they now sent, they had called Portuguese brutal terrorists, slavers, to come now and do their job. They tell them that, look, now the land now is so fertile for you. Go and bring slaves. These idiots thinking that we are together. They don't know that it's conquest we come for. They don't know that all these slaves we give them is just to soften them. It's nothing, rubbish, to soften them. And the man became helpless because he can no longer undo what he did. The people are no more, they are seeing the missionaries as their reverend fathers, their fathers. The word of the king is no more nothing to them. It's the word of the reverend fathers. The reverend fathers and sisters control them. The missionaries control the population now. If the king called for war against the Portuguese, the people say, no, they are too Christian, we can. He said, we fight with them. No. Do you see the danger? Do you see the danger?
6. In order to save his society and his throne, Afonso determined to stop the trade in slaves. He wrote to John III of Portugal.
How can he stop the trading? Whereas he conquered himself for them. He started writing, complaining. The same way we are trying. They are killing us. I will want you to Christ. Pope, don't you? I think many times, although that is good anyway, for awareness. IPOB went to Rome, to Pope, to show them that I will want you to Christ. We raised Biafra flag in the Vatican. Hey, how many years back? I'm just all these things. Say, hey, I will want you to Christ. Even Pope that day, I think he pronounced Republica Biafranos. Hey, my one day we are highly emotional set of people. Hey, Pope Biafra. Hey, I was learning there, our slaves. Learning there, our slaves. Okay, what did they do? What did they do today? What did they do? What did Pope do? We are being controlled. Let us learn something from this king, King Mvemba. that sold himself to the Europeans. He want to be Europeanized. When he saw that things are getting bad, from bad to worse, what they clamored, that is not what he clamored for. They came, the Europeans now, the Portuguese started sending their hardcore criminals, their terrorists to come and terrorize and bring slaves from. He said no. He started clamoring, I'm your Christian, so I'm your Christian brother. He wrote to Rome. He wrote to everywhere. No, why should you do so? But we have turned to Christians now. We are brothers now. Why are you taking our people as slaves? Is it not the same thing before? I could remember in this hallowed platform, people will come and call and say, hey, Europeans, Britain, we are the same religion. You say we wear tie and we wear, even in hot temperature. We are one religion. Why are you not helping us now? Why do you hate us? You go and arm other Muslims to kill us. Help us now, Rome. Now, wow, see us now. We are Igbo people. We are Biafrans, so we are Christians. So, Hana Mona, Hana Moya, Muslim, Diara. They said, so you think that we gave you this for your goodness? This is conquest. Conquest. Total conquest. So that they have their way. So that you can no longer fight them. Because that hook they have given to us, we have swallowed it. So we start defending what they brought in our land. Our people started defending it. They're ready to die for it. I won't do too, Christ. Hey, Chineke. If our people can understand, this is one of the main core problems we are having, or causes of the problems we are having. Let us learn from this man. It's the main problem, the main cause of any person that is trying to belittle, downplay this. That person, he is not telling himself the truth. I am telling you honestly. That is why we will not stop preaching this awakening, enlightenment, for us to be aware of history. Once they destroyed our common ideology, nothing binds us together again. When you give order, look at IPOB now. Some people, this one will come. We are not in this Jehovah's Witness. We are not in this world, so we cannot fight for worldly kingdom. So the IPOB, what you are doing, we are not in support of you. We cannot join you. Although we know that what you are doing, but we cannot join you. My religion forbids it. Choosing say, hey, don't give don't fight, don't anybody that is fighting Nigeria do not join them. Is it not what you are suffering today? Because they destroyed us into piecemeals. When you are hearing this Mva Congo, this King Mvembe of Ba Congo, exactly what we are suffering today, is it not? I just slavery to honor. We are boasting with slavery. We are Christians now. Europeans, look at. I am happy that these statements have stopped on this radio. I could vividly remember when they call, some people we call, even during our leader, Mazi Nnamdi this thing. Programs. We are Christians, sir. So help us now. United Nations, help us. Because even you gave us a tie and we are carrying Bible like you. So why are you against us? And they are listen.
Complaining that Portuguese merchants daily seize our subjects, sons of the land, and blacksmiths and assorted artisans, he got a disastrous flood of Portuguese slavers. By 1526, in order to save his society and his throne, Afonso determined to stop the trade in slaves. He wrote to John III of Portugal complaining that Portuguese merchants daily seize our subjects, sons of the land and sons of our noblemen and vassals and our relatives. They grab them and cause them to be sold. And so great, sir, is their corruption and licentiousness that our country is being utterly depopulated. We need from your kingdoms no other than priests and people to teach in schools, and no other goods but wine and flour for the holy sacrament. That is why we beg of your highness to help and assist us in this matter, commanding the factors that they should send here neither merchants nor wares, because it is our will that in these kingdoms of Congo there should not be any trade in slaves nor market for slaves. But Afonso's repeated complaints were to no avail. The Brazilian plantations were growing and clamoring for slaves, 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 and more slaves. Afonso's royal will was disregarded. Another of Afonso's letters to John III complains that some of the noble youths he sent off to Portugal to learn the service of God, never came back. They were seized on the island of Sao Tome by Portuguese merchants, and nothing was ever again heard of them. Portuguese slaving priests, traders, and adventurers also undermined Afonso's royal monopoly of Bukongo's foreign trade. Before long, many of Afonso's Europeanized vassals, greedy for European wares and unable to get them except in exchange for slaves, disregarded their king's injunctions and, indifferent to the social consequences of slave raiding, plunged into the traffic in slaves. Raids and revolts, sometimes fomented by Portuguese who wanted to stimulate the supply of slaves, took their toll of Bukongo's peace. An era of disorders, stagnant peace, and fitful revivals began. The social decay proved irreversible. More than a century after Afonso's death, a Portuguese expedition sacked the ravaged kingdom and overthrew the tattered power of Afonso's descendants. In 1665, when the reigning Mani Congo denied the Portuguese permission to prospect for gold and copper in his kingdom and raised an army to enforce his refusal, there was full-scale war. Both the Black Bukongo and the White Portuguese went to battle waving the banner of the cross.
He said, when now the king could no longer tolerate, could no longer bear this, because all his complaints were to no avail. He now, even people he sent to school to go to learn in Portugal, they seized them as slaves. He wrote to Rome, no way. He wrote letters to a Portuguese king, no way, claiming to be his brothers. We are brothers in Christ. They laugh at him. Instead, they continued depopulating Congo. You know what? He now declared war. He refused to give the Portuguese prospects of gold mining, gold prospects. You know, it has been a long time they have been exploiting Africa, including Congo. Gold in 15th century. Oh, Chineke. Now, the people, the Congolese, the Portuguese, they say, this one. This man thought that he was like before. back Congo. He removed his cross and said, oh boy, this one, no more. Let us go to war. Do you know what? Most of the population fought under Portuguese because they were Christians. They fought under the cross. This is a historical fact. That is the danger of being Europeanized, shedding your ideology, your tradition, your common ideology, taking foreign ones, thinking that is the way. That is it. You end up, having a people with foreign that respects foreign ideology more than your own. Is it not what we are suffering today? If you talk to an average Igbo man, tell him about our ancestors. This is what the system they brought that they have used in conquering our mentality. When it was outright war, many of the Congolese people, the population, they fought under the Portuguese. Do you see the danger? Is it not the same thing that is going on today? Britain will blow whistle and say they need slaves to come and fight on their behalf. You see people, Nigerians, I know there is no Fulani that will do that will resign from Nigerian military. No Fulani that will join British military. No. All these are the slaves that call themselves, mostly those that call themselves Christians, that we heed to this call. These are the people that are registering, calling it now. They will encourage them, say, you see, is a miracle of God. It's a miracle of God. Don't you see the agents of this foreign religion in our land, in the name of pastors, reverend fathers, everywhere, deceiving our people, making people to build more churches than factory in our land? Don't you see that? When you are talking about what happened in 15th century, King of November, is happening in our Kurukuru, in our presence. It's the same thing. Talk about this religion. You see, the same people that are suffering, we come and start defending them. That's what they did. Our own ideology is bad. Do you see how we are decimated? Do you see? Do you see that? All this Congolese population, that this man, their king, was thinking that it is the right way to be Europeanized, Christianized. Though when it was time for war, total war against the Portuguese, many of those in his Christian population joined the Portuguese to fight against him. Because they manipulated them and say, Satan have entered into your kingdom, so don't allow Satan. They call him Satan, not knowing that they are fighting to enslave themselves. Just if I'm talking, please compare it to the war of Ottoman Danfodio. In 4 years, later one Fulani man manipulated the whole big house arrest to fight to kill themselves and surrender to him. Is it not what they are suffering today? Look at Bello, Tuji Bello, the Fulani terrorist. He is now threatening killing Hausa farmers. Is it not the same thing? Is it not what we are suffering today? You see our people defending even with their life something that enslaved them. Sometimes I will take the last erase. You see, and you change pump shape with stories, phantom stories and the folk tales that shaped your lives, and you think it's true. Now you become so that whenever Britain come, had it been, let me ask you, can Britain now go to Japan and tell them, we need Japanese to come and fight for us, to come and register in a imperial royal military, to fight in Ukraine, in Russia? Can they will even sue British government for that, because it will be regarded as blasphemy against the Japanese. But they can do it in our land because is people brainwashed, programmed, people that have been christened to be Atono. So anything you call Atono anywhere you are leading him, he follow you. That is what they are doing today in our land. Collecting our people. Come, we will pay you pounds. So remember, we are one. Oh, we are Christians. We understand ourselves. You speak English, right? Today they know that you speak English. They no more put English as a barrier for you to know that they know what they are doing. It is complete slavery and exploitation the Europeans are doing in our land. If for you to go to Britain, they impose this thing for you. Test of English as a foreign language, or English proficiency test, and you pay. But now, come and let us send you to go and die as many. They annulled that one. I could remember even as a student, you went to even Germany. They have this German institute. They call it Goethe Institute, which you go and start learning German in Nigeria. They exploit us as they want, because they have turned us into sheep, and you accept it. You come here and start praying. The Lord is my shepherd. Your Lord, the Europeans, is your shepherd now. Oh, you are IPOB. We are no longer true. We are no longer sheep. Are you hearing me? We are lions, and lions we should remain. Any person that call you a sheep, insult that person, because we are not sheep. We are people. Look at our Ishiagon. Do you think that our ancestors they made mistake? Our emblem is Agon, leopard, Agon, Ishiagon. This is who we are. But Europeans, they came and subdued us and called us Atona, and you accept it. Even you render it as a prayer every day. The Lord is my shepherd. Who is your Lord? As your shepherd? Who is that shepherd? Are you a sheep? We refuse to be sheep. This is what happened to King Mvemba and his people, the fall of Congo. His people, unfortunately, fought on the side of, most of his people fought on the side because they have been brainwashed. Because they called this man Satan. The same way Ottoman Danfodio called the king, Hausa king. He demonized it in the face of the Hausas using Quran. And they fought and killed their king. And today, they are slaves. They are slaves. But the Hausa, they are rising up.
The Bakongo were summoned to patriotic battle by their king to defend our lands, wares, children, women, and our own lives and freedoms, which the Portuguese nation wants to conquer and dominate. But the battle was a disaster for the Bakongo. Their army was smashed, their Mani Congo was killed, their independence was extinguished. Thereafter, though nominally sovereign during 2 more centuries of decay, they were vassals of the Portuguese, sending as tribute slaves who were exported overseas to toil on Portuguese plantations in Brazil. Let us bear the Bakongo precedent in mind as we examine the present plunder of Africa through the mechanisms of
This thing led to 2 centuries of plunder till today. The Portuguese, the Europeans say, no, you people are our Christian brothers. For you to understand that this is simple manipulation. Yeah, this is just for conquest. That is why we need to restore our own common ideology, which is our culture. Onyaga na one day. Farming the land, helping each other. That is what it means. Doing things in our own way. If there is a way, things we can innovate, we innovate it. If there are things we can improve, we improve them. But when you identify yourself to continue being the European slave, there you are. But as for me, I am no more. I am no more there. Okay? We are trying to restore a sanitized, mentally sanitized country. A people that will reason. A people that will take, their standard will be logic. Their standard will be subjecting everything to the altar of reason. Anything that does not balance with reason be discarded, because that is how a country advances. This microphone I'm using today, it is being manufactured through logic, through mathematical logic equation, through the science, through natural order. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It is not about true belief. No. It is not a true superstition, true gullibility. No. Everything, these laptops I'm using, watching me now, all the things I'm using, my voice you are hearing through IPOB community radio is algorithm, is through reason, through logic. None is done through superstition, no, or belief, no. So when a population that reasons, that subjects everything to the altar of reason, is a population that advances. This is where I'm going to stop today. I will continue this ideology teaching because it has many things involved. We must come back to our natural ideology. Restoring of Biafra is restoring our ideology so that we will proceed from there. We have made many mistakes. We have accepted being, subjugated, being brainwashed. We have made mistake of accepting slavery, being happy in slavery, trying to be Europeanized in a wrong way, trying to be be brainwashed, be Europeanized in a way that is not supposed to be. We must be Africanized. We must be Biafranized. Only that we improve and innovate where need be. We must go back to our natural ideology, and that is what we are trying to restore. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines. I will continue this teaching next Saturday. If there is no program that next Saturday, I will continue it. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
the society, we live in organized groups. There will continue to exist belief systems. Is that so? Then that means that will continue to exist conflicts.
You're saying they will continue to believe? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, belief system will continue to exist.
Are you making a prediction for the future?
Not necessarily a prediction.
I think if your intelligence functions, if you allow it to function, your intelligence is incapable of believing anything, isn't it so? Yes or no? Yes? Your intelligence wants to know. It is not ready to believe anything actually, but you are forsaking your intelligence because your fear is so dominant. You feel comfortable in believing. But if you allow your intelligence to take you ahead, your intelligence doesn't believe anything. It wants to know everything, isn't it? Yes, is that the nature of your intelligence? So if you allow your intelligence to function, then you will see all your beliefs will just fall apart because you know you don't know, isn't it? But it takes a lot of pressure to make you admit it. But actually you know that you don't know, isn't it? Do you know? Yes, then what's the problem? You don't have to admit it to anybody, at least to yourself. Can't you admit, okay, I don't know? If you don't know, do you see you have to use your intelligence? Do you see this? See, suppose, let's say it's pitch dark, you don't know how the ground is. Do you see how alert you will become? Every step that you take? That's how it is. When you do not know, everything becomes bright. It is just looking. Your intelligence is all hyped up and looking. When you assume, I know, everything settles down and you go on with your stupid life, isn't it? Is it all right if you use your intelligence? Do I have your permission? Is it okay for you to use your intelligence? Or is it against God? It's all right. I'm asking you, is it against God if you employ your intelligence and live your life? If God was against intelligence, He wouldn't have created it, isn't it? If the Creator was against you functioning intelligently, it wouldn't have been given to you, isn't it? So, if you employ your intelligence, you will see your intelligence is not willing to believe anything. It is only the fear in you. Don't you ever believe that it is bhakti. No bhakti, just fear which is making you believe things, isn't it? That's why you made it bhaya bhakti. There's no bhaya and bhakti together.
Now looking back, I know and I appreciate now that when you grow up in a colonial system, or in whichever system you grow up, people who design that system, design in such a way that they will produce a certain kind of people, because they give them a certain kind of information, they expose them to a certain kind of information, and they keep certain kind of information away from them. So you grow up with a certain attitude. You are shaped, your mind, your attitude, your values are shaped, your world is shaped. And you are deliberately discouraged to appreciate anything about you, because you are not supposed to know or to imagine there was anything good in your pre-British experience. So your people in the pre-British era were primitive, they were backward, they didn't know anything, they did not even know anything about God. Now you know about God, you know about Jesus, you're saying the rosary. Remember, I was saying the rosary. All these things, are packaged in such a way that you look at the British and you admire them greatly.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 7th day of September 2024. Our lines are now opened. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view on the issue treated. Remember, we are here for mutual learning. We are here for mutual learning. You can also call if you have even opposing argument. I don't shy away from debate. Only we must be civil. That's it. That is my only prerequisite. We must be civilized in our debates, because we do debate to learn, not to rant. No. Here we subject everything to the altar of reason. That is our priority. Subjecting everything to logic. And logic is logic. It's mathematical. Are you hearing me? It is mathematical. Reason is scientific. 1 + 1 is 2. There is no two ways about it. So, a country, a nation is built based on logic. That is what makes people productive. For people to reason, to think out, because when reasoning, you think out something, you make use of your brain. That is why we are created, in order to create, to be creative. But once you destroy all these things with gullibility, with a belief, there is no way we can succeed. There is no way we can advance. And that is not what we want. We want to restore a Biafra of logical people. A Biafra where people will question things. A Biafra where people will be creative. And for you to be creative, you know, you must reason in a logical way. I have a caller. I don't know why this my WhatsApp just stripped off. I have a caller on Signal. Caller on Signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Mazi Akas. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan. Good evening, my dear brother.
There, what?
Mazi, I hope I'm coming out loud and clear.
You are. Just go on. You are.
Okay, thank you. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria, and I serve the Indigenous People of Biafra as IPOB Austria National PRO. Mazi, I started from beginning by the special grace of Ezechukwu Kabiama today, listening to your teachings and it making waves. Sometimes when we look at this calamity that I call it today, that the Europeans brought to, used to enslave our people, kill our people in random, put chains and in our forefathers' legs or in our grandfather's leg, in their hands. Some of them decided to drown themselves in the ocean, that instead of this thing to happen to them, they will give up their lives. Mazi, it is horrible that, the truth is that these people, they knew that the only way they can catch this generation is to begin to put this mindset in their brain right from kids. Mazi, do you know that most of us today, that this Radio Biafra have helped to change the way we think? Do you know that most of us, we are captured when we were at the age of 2, 3 years. They took us to block rosary, give us tablet, we are praying Hail Mary full of grace. From there, they said you have to do confirmation. From confirmation, sorry, the first Holy Communion, baptism. From baptism to first Holy Communion. From first Holy Communion to confirmation. From confirmation to now you become the real adult Christian. Now you can now defend European with with all your mind. This is why today when we are saying this thing, people are ready to even go to war, just as the way the Congos side the Europeans to fight their own people when their king realized that water don't pass Gary. And this is the worst mistake any king or any society can do, to allow the foreigners to come and take over your land. The same thing Ottoman Benfodio did to Hausa people. Today, and a terrorist of Fulani can stand up and tell the whole Hausas that they can't allow them to farm. Even if they farm, they are going to destroy their crops. You see how bold these people has become. They gave them guns and bullets. You can kill at random. We are here. We are going to defend you people. The Western, we are here. You can kill any African the way you just massacre them. Aren't you the people that are going to speak? Aren't you the people that are going to say this matters in United Nations? Aren't you the people that are going to allow our media to broadcast it? We will let it die like where you take a cold water and pour somebody that even catching fever. These people know what they are doing to Africans. They know what they are doing to our people. But I thank Chukwu Abiyama that the type of mindset millions of IPOB have today, there is no how these people are going to win this war. It doesn't matter anybody who decided to play this game or decided to take their offer to play this Afonja game through this idiotic criminal that is telling our people to stay at home for 1 month. And some foolish people who don't know the tricks that the Nigerian government have sat down with the so-called Westerners, that are giving them the mindset that we used to defeat IPOB. But at the end of the day, you cannot defeat what you did not create. IPOB was created. IPOB was created. IPOB was created with the mindset that you cannot defeat us. It doesn't matter how we are ready to stay here for eternity, because this life we are living, without us making ourselves who we are supposed to be, nobody is going to do it for us. This is the truth and nothing but the truth. So we cannot allow these people to come every day using this Christianity to be washing our people, letting our people know that it's only Jesus can do what any other person cannot do. It is not possible. If you cannot walk, if you cannot wake up in the morning to go and look for what you're going to eat, Jesus cannot come and give it to you. Anybody telling you that is lying to you, and that person wants you to die of hunger. It is not possible. We must continue to look into the face of these people to tell them what you are saying is wrong. Why is it I'm hungry? And you knew that I'm hungry. I came to you to complain to you that I'm hungry, and at the end of the day, what you did is to tell me to go and make fasting and prayer for another 2 days on top of hunger that God will provide. While you have a tubes of yam and gari rice under your bed, a pastor, instead of give the man food to go home and eat, you give him prayer and fast on top of it and tell him to believe that God is going to provide for him. Is this not wickedness? You exploit people. You allow an old woman to go and use the only fowl, small fowl he has at home that he can even kill and eat to nourish his body. He will take only the fowl that remaining in her house to go and give a pastor somewhere, believing that Jesus will come and replenish the fowl to turn to 1,000. This is brainwash. This is what we are telling these people. You cannot keep on deceiving our people with this westernized criminality they brought in our land. They say they want to using the brain. A hard time our people should know that It doesn't matter what these people do. We thank God for this Radio Biafra. That thank God for the even Mazi, our brain. Isha this auto dembo, and then why get deceived? Why we end up with like now? If you are going to church, give God a church with your brain. Part of what you stand up and take your bag and go home. If you are afraid to challenge him and to question him, give brother the Sheba Hana. Don't just take your money and be given to these people. Their children are living fat. Why? Look at your children. You that are giving these people tithes. Go and look at your children, how they look like. But go and look the lives of the children of these pastors and so-called GO. Look at how they are enjoying. From you, idiotic followers. No brain. He's not working. But he's driving private jets. Oh man of God. Master, we are here. We must continue to do the needful. It doesn't matter what they're using any, but is doing in our line, killing our people, just to make our people weak, or to say this Biafra, or go to Nigeria. It's not going to be work. Because whether they are like it or not, I am making it here until they will know that that type of people you can just defeat the way they deceive our forefathers. Now here to see you to the big 1 year, 1 year. Give 1 year for nothing sake. Mazi, this trick and that but and keep us it's not going to work. IPOB am going to press release. You cannot kill us and go free. If you kill us one, we kill you two. There
were Mazi. We must continue. I am now joined by Mazi Ekeroneke, which a reporter. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yeah, my name is Jonathan. Good evening from Poland here. I remain Ekeroneke. Of course, I hear from Omaka. Omaka is in the province of Biafra land. Our leaders see the man one and the Mazi Namdi Okuchukano. We must continue to appreciate him, and we as well appreciating our Lord Uchechu Okuchukanaki. The head of the director remains Mazi. Chika, it was him, and all his looking on that thing wonderfully well. We continue to appreciate them, men and women of all radicals all over the world. I will continue to appreciate all of you. Mazi, my own is continue to expose, especially what is happening in Biafra land and the Imo State in particular. So right away, I've just written an article and I posted it, even you have it in your wall. But I have our reporter in Imo State, the heart land of Biafra. He was present, he saw what happened. Mazi, please, briefly, let us hear what Hope has come up with again from Imo State. There were, you were that precise report, and there were.
Okay, Mazi, there were no much all over the world. I appreciate our leader Mazi Nando Kutukano, the archangel of our time. I remember Mazi watching graduating from Imo State. Please, there is something that happened this evening precisely, that I want to make everybody to know. The jihadists in Imo State, the Fulani slave in Imo State, called Hope Ozaremba, the murderer that is murdering our people, using our people for slave trade, is here to commit another genocide again. Mazi, do you know that some of these guys that he recruited in the rural areas, in the all the 27 local governments in Imo State, was to just push them to British Army for transaction? We got the information from our intel. I went there by myself to checkmate it so that I will see what is happening. The person that they want to hand them over lodge at Rockview Hotel, the hotel that is closer to government house. Everybody know Rockview Hotel. That is where this person lodge. And the what he is here to do is to those people that they recruited, the governor want to hand them over to them so that they will take them, so that they will become maybe the army that they are looking for. They say no problem, that we are going to give you as many men you want from Imo State. Mazi, we are urging all Imo light, all the families of Imo State to want their children and want their, especially those guys that he recruited, or claiming that he want to use them for Bubago or for Imo security, that his aim is to hand them over to the British government for them to use them for the army or whatever thing they want to use them to do. And everybody know that once they use all of them, they are going to kill them. That one is sure, that all of them will die. Because they are not going to train you. At the end of the day, what they have, you will have it. They have never have what. Everybody should check the history. Their aim is to recruit them, achieve what they want to achieve, and slaughter all of them. So this is the concrete thing tell right now in Imo State. Everybody should take note. They were Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi, thank you. This is what you wanted to report. It's very real. Very, very cool. 101% verified. Of course, it trusts us. No, Mazi, we have to leave it here. Let our people continue to call and continue to react. I remain economic, and they will thank you.
There were. That is the same slave trading mentality. the same thing. Our people never change. Selling your brother for your political, for your wealth, political selfish interest. They collect, maybe this is the. Have you forgotten that most of them promise youths, Imo youths, of 4,000, visa to Canada and the UK? This is it. And the gullible people, they will rush. A people that has no mind of themselves, that does not think of tomorrow. What they think is what they are going to get now. They become blind because they have been brainwashed. The people that facilitated slave trading in our land, they were rich during that time, during 15th, 16th, 17th century. They were rich in our land, being protected by British army, British soldiers. But where are their riches today? Where are they today? They are gone. And their great-grandchildren are now crying when they learn that their great-great-great-great-grand, their ancestor was a slave dealer. You see? That is it. History is repeating itself. That's why we must make haste while the sun shines. Stop being brainwashed. Refuse being brainwashed. Let us work with common sense. Let us work with, logic. Subject everything to the altar of reason. And you will see that you'll be a changed person. I am very sorry for my WhatsApp. It's just now I'm noticing that my WhatsApp just went off because of lack of charge. I am telling you honestly, this never happened before. I did not know that I didn't put it on charge. And if it's loaded, so it's consuming, going down the battery. All the time, every day, it is always on charge. But you can call on Signal and direct line for now, because I'm charging it on 4%. Caller on Signal. Can you hear me, Mazi? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, sir.
There, we'll do direct.
Please don't mind where I am. My name is Mazi Fine. Mazi Fine, calling from his location. Mazi Jonathan, you see, in fact, I've started, having a kind of pity to our people, because most of our people are missing this good message and good gospel. Most of our people are missing it, simply because not every one of us can afford smartphone because of affording data. Why we are having privilege to listen and also observe and also start thinking the rand and the positive to continue preaching and telling our people that the religion which they brought to us by Portuguese is a scam. But nevertheless, I know that God will strengthen our HODs to also make our radio station available to every corner of Biafran land. Chukwu Okabiama will bless them. We continue strengthening them. Mazi, what we are saying this night concerning your program, it is a truth. And that's how they deceive our people. That's how they make our people to reject themselves. That's how they make our people to start fighting each other. Because we always say that religion is a scam. Whenever I told people that religion is a scam, they will start calling me Antichrist. They will call me all sorts of names. I told them that I'm not Antichrist. That before the white men, Portuguese, come to our land, our forefathers have been worshipping Chukwu Okabiama. And they live long more than us. Also, they are in good health. They are nothing like it, all this trash, all this nonsense that we are seeing this time around. People killing their mother and their father for ritual. It's a religion that brought all those things to us. Before all those things, you cannot find it in this Biafran land. You cannot find it. Someone killing his mother or her father or his father for ritual. We never practicing or noticing that in our forefathers. In other words, when you commit any crime or evil, the land will vomit you. Before you go down, you will start confessing. Mazi, in fact, our people are missing a lot. But I pray, Mazi, very soon, this good gospel that I'm hearing, and other people that with the smartphone in Biafra land are hearing, very soon, I know that everybody will be also hearing it as well. Mazi, continue your researching. We are behind you, Mazi. May God bless you. Thank you, Mazi. Good night from here. I'm a born again by this Radio Biafra. That is the pure and that is the pure truth. Reality we are facing. Good night from here, Mazi. Thank you. Thank you.
We must continue. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. No, it's gone. I don't know. Please. As I said, my WhatsApp. Caller on direct line once again. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mazi, my name is Mazi Chinedu. I'm calling from my location. Mazi, the kingdom of God must restore. Your teaching this night, Mazi, that is reality. Mazi, mananda mama kodoya, that the truth in the hide for us. The time shall come, the truth yapataba, and if we say the truth, they will be calling you Antichrist. Oh yeah, but nda kodoya, how that na? And you post on Facebook before nda akutium. I think that the truth that the white man had for Africa have come to review, and it's when they push that and man how much that na time shall come the truth to go put and that truth to put you could be the truth to have only Antichrist. Man, the fact it could go from confirmation to confusion. This kind of religion, how would either no, but another Catholic, have Mama Jehovah, have Deeper Life, have my assemblies. Oh no, query. But time shall come. Time Arugo. onye ga-akwụsị nwunye n'ọmata anya ha na-eme ma nke ha dịrị ekperima na-egbusi ụmụnna ya na-egbusi ụmụnna ya asị ụta ka Biafra ga-esiwa abịa ka anyị nọdekwa ọ bụrụ eziokwu ịba ndị egorego ndị ọrụ egorego ka ha blackmail IPOB mana ha afọsigo nke a kpefụ nke a ike ga-agwụ ha na ya and another thing maazị ha na-akpakọkọta na-edekọta afa young boys na a ga-erekrut ya na British Army anyị na-eti mkpu ihe a onye ọbụla na-anụ olu m nke ntị ịnwa nwa banyere recruitment gọọmenti na-eme in army ịnwụgokwo ya generation have gone. Maazị Elohim bless you. God bless you, sir.
There were. Let me say something. If you are in this gospel and you are being called names, why must it worry you? Anything they want, let them call you. Why must you be worried about what they call you? They say you are this, you are that, you are antichrist. You are, why you? Does it remove anything from you? Don't be worried, please. Don't be worried. We must continue. This issue, do you see another slave trading that is going on in our land? Recruiting our people, young ones inside the British Army. We are talking about the past slavery, transatlantic slavery. This is another one that is happening in our generation. We must continue. Caller on signal, please. Welcome to the program.
Mazi Jonathan.
There we go.
Yeah, man.
Dodrege.
Onye nwa bagume. Okike bịa ma nọnyere gị n'ezinụlọ gị. The wise man ka nna akpọ gị. There we go. Oh, hey, Biafra. Biafras all over the world. This is Emeka Nsuka from Bukalamanga, Colombia. But right now I'm in La Guajira. If you know Colombia very well, it's La Guajira. It's indigenous area. Just like indigenous people of Biafra. If you come to this place I am now, they are indigenous people of Colombia. They call them Wayu. The same culture we have, they have. If they want to marry, then we give them list, buy goods, buy everything. I tell them about my culture, they say, we are the same people. They welcome me just like one family. Because I tell them that I'm indigenous people of Biafra. All of them want to come and see my place. Biafrans. That is who we are. Nobody will change it from us. Anybody that will bring any religion to deceive you, because they have deceived us a lot, Mazi Jonathan. Look at our brothers and sisters in Rome there. Those that are supposed to give us children for our generation to grow, they slave them there in Rome. No children, nothing, and you are answering father. I say, which father are you? Do you have children? You answer father, or white man just brainwash you that without that you cannot go to heaven, or without that Chukwu Okike Abiama will not hear your prayer. We have to go back to our roots, Biafrans. We have to go back to our roots, how our forefathers are. Those that invade Olugbu, Ainerita, Onagwanyoya. Forget those people that call themselves professor my foot. Soludo, professor for nothing. Go to Onuchadia, you will see dust here and there. Mosquito, and you call yourself professor. We are Biafra. Biafra is our religion. We don't send anybody. How can our people be giving Rome money every week? Tomorrow now they will count money and go and give Rome. Go and give in England. Why your village don't have light? You don't have good road.
Is it not? Is it not crazy? We are living in that Africa called.
Mazi, I don't know what happened. You just went off unceremoniously. But we must continue. My WhatsApp line, the phone went off, is charging. Let me see whether I can on. But we must say no to this recruitment. This is another slavery, another transatlantic slavery. Why they created? Why? Okay, they can easily recruit people to come and go and do their dirty job. Do you see the reason why they created Nigeria? For very cheap natural resources, both to human being is part of natural. Do you see the reason why they created it? So that they continue inflicting that place with economic woes, with policies that brings economic woes, so that you can do anything for money, just for you to feed. So that when they call you, come and recruit and go and fight for us, go and die for us, you do it because you have no other option. Do you see why we must destroy that place called Nigeria? Do you think that if Biafra is restored, Britain have the audacity to come and tell us to recruit our young people to go and fight their dirty war? Do you think they can have the audacity to do that? The answer is no. But Nigeria is their business center. That's why. So you have no option. They inflict Nigeria with. Look at how things are. They impose political elites on everybody. They impose Tinubu. They are using Fulani terrorists, Boko Haram, in order to create artificial hunger, to kill farmers, to destroy our farmlands everywhere in that Nigeria. So that you will be left with no option than to you'll be begging Bill Gates to bring that your GMO food, bring it. We will eat, even if to eat and die, we will eat it. Do you see why they create Nigeria? Do you see that? These are the reasons why Nigeria is created. To be able to get easy access, exploitation of natural resources, including human beings. Are you hearing me? So that is it. Let me take this call. Will be the last callers. Caller on let me see, on WhatsApp. Just on my WhatsApp, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on.
I hear you, Mazi. You is school cabin of Borogo's of Belegas, much in
the Mazi Lotanna.
Mazi Lotanna, Wachineke. Is it school cabin of Boro Mazi and the Canos of Beleazo? Die pioneer, your wide. Mazi Jonathan. Okwire ku ewede ya akode amiri. So many check and YouTube ewere yesterday complain actually was Jonathan. Nukuye me yesterday. Biafra land kan siwe na bona. Yesterday kan kare bogi bo nkwo bu seized. Yen job ka etitu onu our brother bo Mazi Sorudo. Asemo emana nkutoku Sorudo or deka animakas get mmadu. Biko ndị task force a na-akpọpụta n'ezi ka ha na-enye ha some training ka ha na-aghọta na mmadụ bụ mma nke ndụ dịka na our leadership thought anyị. So yesterday ihe mere na ana m apụ yesterday na-agakọ my way, so pụta n'ụzọ ya na-eme Owerri road by Name. So amaghị m mgbe the team bido mana afụzi m ka people gbakọ ndị by so ana akọ ndị task force ahụ because ndị task force a dị mmadụ ịbụọ. So mụ a gafete fụzie somebody ka ọ nọ na tupu na kuruta body runa the man na is weak. So more across the main road. Juvaje people ke na people the kwegu na. Juva people ke yo ya mere oya ozurori. Asemo na no bro yo ke yo mere no na ya keke. Kezie mere oji so the man na is weak. Na do the other guy get out task force. See how far they mere this my game, this my man no na weak. People na weak. Osem no ndi keke ibe ya tiri ya ife. Nsi ya ke ndi keke mbeke yo meziri ndi keke. Osem na ndi keke tiri ya ife. Because of no na ana agba 150. So the man correct ya ndị mmadụ 100 naira. So nsi ya hi keke uswe mezi oke una agba nkịtị ndị keke na-eti ya ife. People na asị mba na ọ bụrụ ndị keke na because ụmụ anyị aba afị ụmụ anyị. People na asị na ndị adị na-eti ya ya na ndị atiri ya ife ahụ. So the man nzu ya ngwa nne m obia. Ka ihe bụ ya no ya life of death ka itu epo ya osem epo ya na ewu na emu ya mana the man na the weak isi ka ihe epo ya so oga ị na-ekwu datin go people ewuru ekwere etidi maka mana ejidezi the man na afọ na the man because ọ na-agbapụta ọbara n'ọnụ so mụ na onwe m na emogo amam the man na ajụjụ people una ka onye mo ya because emogo ife na-eme people fukwa ha na-agafe ụjọ na-atụ people mana mụ adị m kpochiri ebe a. So finally, one old man, gbagotego. The woman for the man, tia, hey, mpachinaza, kezi, nsi madam imuya. Osem eno wuki ya, eno kita kusi na ya, we bru keke we, boba. Sai, so God, let us for some, as baguna, the man, the bago week, boba zo, so that woman, Ross is doing cause. Jegadosi, people na go with her. So the woman gadozi the guy, the young guy, had it too. Gadozi ya. So more happens that man's compose rush at the edge. This year, some have had Japaka moya. Loya na one, maka 100 nights get you warrior. Take it see so emo lazy with your voice. People raise because a general so of it to say keke. Oganji the two guys. Of it to keka. Look at it to keka. I couldn't take the guy the man had go weak. I could the man can make a I give on all. My friend, though, I retain on all good, yeah. This man drip. This man a pinite hole. A why injection? I don't know why. Since I can because he's in a program. I don't know why do also. Now, cause the man, you are going to ask, now, cause you can't now, boy, affair, now, boy, I'm patching as. So the other way task force on calls on the also black and now, okay, we calls on maple. The other guy I could do that man, and I to I because I know work at the man that I'm at the man was nana. I don't have intention of me say come on because the man had to go weak. So that guy not to I cannot what to the man. To say call boss Majidia, see no guy never this man. They have to wait because this man they don't know more on I go. Me I know there so before the woman Baba in the area in the street from the they say no just say the man the guy is the young man so it's for you to go to ya you get the go ya or the responsible car so when we bag make entry make it so we go unfortunately I make Chineke make we say that man me ale kwaro so you do go say mmadụ na task force onye na task force ya je training mma nke ndụ abụ ọ ga ha na ọ ga our leader tọtara ya so onunu be nwanne and then ma gwa ụmụ Igbo onye furu ebife na-eme nwanne ya what goes around comes around so ya hapụ na nwanne ya iju ese mmadụ ihe na-eme nwanne gị maka ga nwere ike one day na-emekwa gị ebe dị agha amụ a na-eme ya nwanne gị mmadụ afọ gị ọ gafee so ya ka m na-achọ ka nye advice ihe mere yesterday bụ nkwọ on morning Friday so ka etikwe ya ọnụ ka agwakwa ndị task force ka because achọkwa ka ha gbazo ọsọ. Unfortunately, the woman and the woman na took one kind of because a man will have and do it no never could see dinner. So I'm gonna do man that's just morale based on normal demand. If so also I the man I can complain because all information is with the from their front land. Even now we are by road. So you know yesterday I was on and no more now. So I can say that they want Chineke. We don't go kada maduro over na Chineke.
There were Mazi. That is the evil in our land. Very, very sad indeed, honestly. Nobody, the government does not help in emergency, and people are afraid of helping, otherwise to be held, otherwise they'll be held accountable for only their help. It's very, very sad. I have somebody on signal. Caller on signal. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan, Chinedu. Udo chukwu kukabia madologi mwa Chineke.
Dikwarage.
Great Biafrans. Udo chukwu kukabia madologi homa na demma. My name remains Mazi Obaseji Keme. I'm calling from blessed land of Biafra. Biafra is our religion. On this hollow platform is where we worship. The God of our land, the God of our ancestors, is our chief. Mazi Namdo Kuchukano Hamadike, one of Biafra land, is our leader. Mazi, thank you very much for your researching, bringing out the historical facts to develop our mind, to develop our brain. That is something I want to chip in. You know, when we talk about the history and the way people are slaving Africa, these religious leaders and the political leaders are the same thing. All of them are working the same direction. Somebody, a reverend father or pastor, may even stay in their pulpit telling you democracy, democracy, but forgetting that he himself is always stay in that parish for 30 years because money is coming out from that place. He will not like to move away from there because he's getting money. But he will be telling people democracy, democracy, democracy. You know, all those things is hypocrisy. These people are very, very wicked. A bishop can stay in a place, one place, 70 years, collecting the money, doing their own, the will of their slave masters, trying to force their own people to believe what white man brings to us. This is the place where they are starting caging us. You know, sometimes when I tell our people is that immediately you have a newborn baby, first of all, there will be the slave center. Call it church or call it what? Changing his name, his traditional name, his tribe name to fallen name. Call it John, call it James, call it Jude, all those things. This is the place where they are beginning to caging us, blocking our brain to know who we are. And there is one thing I always try to let our people to know. You know, there is something we should try to do, but no. Why? If you see Igbo man now, as a person or a woman, he opens shop. The person will remove everything, every discrimination. When he opens shop, he will be accepting everything. Anybody that's coming, he will be laughing. Come and buy something, come and do something. But immediately he finishes that shop, that is his own. He wear the cloth of I am choosing, I am winners, I am leading, I am Jehovah Witness, disclaiming their self. But in your shop he open, he will not be disclaiming, he will be playing, let everybody come and buy. Even native doctor come and buy. Everybody will be one in your shop. But after that, when nkewa batago, eba na pa undunka, nandika those that born again, and these people are ndobodo. These people are the people antichrist. All those things. But if we use the mindset of we are using to open our shop to do all those things, we be the most peaceful people on this planet Earth. But no, all of us will be like this shop is my own. Anybody can come and buy something from my hand. It does not matter. But immediately we finish that place. One gaza for ya. Ebe ọ na-akpọ akpọ mmadụ inye. Agwa mmadụ na onye amala Jesus. All those things, please, great Biafrans. We need to watch how we behave. Now, in our land, go to village now. You have a different type of societies. Call it a church, call it this, call it that. But I wanted to ask every one of us that is telling us that you know God well more than other ones. Please, I want you to ask yourself, how do you know that your own is more important than other, more spiritual, more powerful than other religions on this planet Earth? Why can't we use our brain to tell our people the truth? Why I am always telling Reverend Father, pastors, if I meet them, I tell them that, please, the only thing we want you people to do is to teach our people the truth, how nature works. It's not about miraculous superstitions.
Mazi, are you still there?
These speakers that we are using, 10 million bought from that is China manufacture it. And you know, when these things spoil, you look for the people who know how to fix it. And the person will fix it because he learned that thing. He trained, he learned it from somebody. It's not about spirit. Why can't our people tell our own people the truth, how nature works? No, look at the hunger everywhere because we believe that spirit we develop our land.
Mazi.
Living in the house, you are not living in the house. That the spirit will come and build the house. Your rent finished. It's time to pay for your rent. Spirit will come and pay it for you. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Please. So great Biafrans, thank you very much, Mazi. You are teaching. That is anybody that is not listening to Radio Biafra or Canon see. The plane here cannot very far away. But remember, as far as Amologe Iga Mutamade, bear it in mind. Forget about this one. You want to be father, you want to be this. Amupage Mutamate, Okayambu population. Onye ọbụla nchicha fara ma osist onye ga-amụta ndị ga-anọchi anyị ụmụnne m onwere onye anyị kpọrọ asị onwere onye anyị na-emegide sọsọ ndị anyị kpọrọ asị bụ ndị na-eme ajọ ihe ndị nna aghọrọ anyị aghụghọ afọsọ anyị ka anyị believe ihe abụrụ in our nature. Ndewo nwa Chineke. Support ESN, stay together with our leadership and listen to Radio Biafra and do the needful. Gbala ji ọsọ ụmụ Chineke. Kwulu n'eziokwu ụmụnne m, udo dịrị unu. Ndewo nwa Chineke.
Udo dịrị gị, we must continue. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, let me see. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Mazi Obasi, if I'm not mistaken. Can you hear me? Mazi Obasi, can you hear me? Okay, please go on.
For your education and all that you have been doing.
Mazi, you are sounding far. You are sounding far. I don't know why.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mazi Mazi Jonathan, sorry, for all that you have been doing to enlighten us. Enlightenment is one of the most important foundations for a true freedom of any civilization. Without enlightenment, the freedom that we get may end up being worse even than the slavery that we currently suffer from. And that is why it is important that when things happen step by step, it gives us the best of results that we can ever hope for. And everybody who understands this would deeply appreciate the work that you are doing and the work that Radio Biafra is doing in the life of our people. In my contribution towards the topic you have discussed today, especially the core topic, which is the religion, I really, this may sound like a sarcasm. This is a sarcasm in one way. It's also the reality in the other side. I really don't blame the Europeans and their cohorts for the introduction of various kind of religions amongst our people, and I will focus mostly on Christianity because Islam is not really a major issue as far as Biafra is concerned. Best of my knowledge, I will say that the Europeans actually, that's a sarcasm, the Europeans actually never lied to us. They came to us and they told us through their own documents called the Bible that this is the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. They told us in plain language that this God is a God of Israel. They didn't lie about that. They didn't tell us it was a God of Okonkwo, the God of Okoye. They didn't tell us that this is a God of Ofebu. They were very clear whose God that is. They did not tell us this is the God of Nkano, or the God of Amatara, or the God of Olu. They were very plain. They told us it was the God of Israel. But we seem to be suffering from the same problem even today that led us to accept what they gave us hook, line, and sinker even many decades ago. And what is that problem? Our insatiable appetite for foreign things. We seem to have this deep appetite for things that are not our own. It reflects in our dressing, it reflects in our food, it reflects in our lifestyle, it reflects in even our language, it reflects in our marriage, it reflects in our family settings. Today, it is almost a taboo to raise your own child speaking Igbo language. We see it as a sign of utmost civilization when we raise our children and they are able to speak the slave language better than our own language. Some are struggling to teach their children because of the location they found themselves. I understand. But I'm talking mostly about those in Biafra land that have no barrier, no restriction whatsoever to teaching their children properly our language and culture. We choose to eat pizza, to choose to eat burger, we choose to eat what do you call it, shawarma, and we think that if we don't eat that, we don't appear sophisticated enough. This is the same mentality that leads us to living our own way of life, our own way of seeking for spiritual guidance, to taking that which is foreign to us. To me, there is no difference. Our dressing, even the Isiagu that we wear today, we want to wear in a certain way that reflects the culture of the slave master. So I don't blame the Europeans, if you ask me, because they were very honest with us as far as whose God it was and as far as whose country or location does that God belong. They went ahead to tell us that even the Gentiles, who are not even from Igbo land, that are even from their neighboring location, were simply grafted, if I must use that word, or they were just accepted into that family by grace, how much more you who is a million, thousands of miles away? And yet, we seem to love that which is not ours. That is our core problem. It is as if when we enjoy or when we have access or when we have that which is foreign, that is what makes us accomplished. That's what makes us different in a special way. That's what makes us great. Unfortunately, the reality is that that is exactly what diminishes our value and our worth, self-worth, as a people and as individuals. Second point is religion has been used as instrument and tools for so many governmental objectives. And again, I will come back again to Christianity because as far as we are concerned, that is what I see that is predominant in our area. Hinduism is not a problem in Biafra, and neither is it Islam. So if you have had problem as a Christian, I am sorry, but that is the truth. This was sold to us also as a means of population control. I tell somebody some time ago that polygamy has nothing to do with Christianity. Polygamy does not exist in the Bible as a word. Polygamy is a legal term. Polygamy is a political term that seeks to describe a marriage of more than one wife. It is not in the Bible as the word polygamy. They invented the word to describe a situation where you have more than one wife. And with the issue of polygamy and the question that came with polygamy arise the concept of adoption. Because they have realized that, okay, if you said I should marry just one wife, assuming I have all the resources and the means to have more than a wife, and I actually desire for it, and I can take care of them. You said, restrictively, I must marry one wife. And let's say I am unable to have a child by this one wife. In order to ensure that there is no other room or other excuse or other reason why you should be able to decide to get another wife, they say you can adopt. Adopt from who? That's where the concept of adoption was introduced by the government. If you ask me, what is the business of a government with who I marry and how many I marry? It is because they want to use religion as a tool to control the population of a certain people. And today, we can't even see through that. A man with many wives will always and forever rule over a man with one wife. It is a simple logic. And this is factual. And you wonder why in Biafra land, in the contractual code that the North can concoct any number as a population. I will believe them. Even if it is not true, we have to believe them. George Bush, the former president of America, introduced what he called a faith-based and community initiative in January 29 of 2001. A policy that allows the United States government to pump money into churches in the name of community initiative and social intervention. This is the same organization, so-called church, that by law are not required to pay taxes. And yet, another initiative was introduced by an executive order, not even through the use of the parliament, to put money into the coffers of the church. the money that they are not mandated to account to the state, and you think that there is an actual separation of state and religion. There is none. What you call religion is a branch of the state. And the earlier we pinpoint what works for us, the best it is for us. Someone called me during the week and asked me, my take on what I think, the kind of system of government Biafra should be. Is it going to be a communist or a capitalist or communist capitalist kind of, I forgot the word she used, one of my comrades. And at the end of the day, my suggestion was that, why can't we, frame ours that works for us? Must we take everything that some people introduce? At the end of the day, I realized that the truth of the matter is that as Biafra, we will get our own system. Not communist, not socialist, not capitalist, but something that actually works for us as a people, considering our culture and tradition and our way of life in general. Radio Biafra is doing a great job. It's enlightening our people. It's giving us a perspective that we've never had as a people. If we have had this Radio Biafra since 1960, I tell you, 1967 would not have gotten to 1970. And the result would have been completely different. And even if there wasn't a 1967, the situation that would have led to we feel disgruntled and pained and killed and marginalized and destroyed by many people wouldn't even have happened in the first place, because we will be able to know very well how to take the right decision as a people. And it is my encouragement to our people to be conscious of the things that we're learning of Radio Biafra and apply them, because that is what is going to give us this freedom, and beyond the freedom, the kind of civilization that we can bequeath to our children and be proud even in our next life. There were Mazi Jonathan.
There were Mazi. There were. We must continue. This is our parliament. I'm now joined by Mazi Aizayoba, who is a member of the DOS. Mazi Aizayoba, can you hear me? Are you still there? Mazi Aizayoba, can you hear me? No, I don't know. Whether it's out, I don't know. No, he's no more there. Okay, so we must continue. Okay, no problem. Next time. So, this is where I'm going to stop. Switch off this program. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we must continue fighting, and the most important part of this restoration is what we are doing here. First of all, to restore our mindset, to make sure that we redirect our mindset into asking questions on many things surrounding us, many things that we have consumed, many things, the brainwashings that we have consumed, because without it, I bet you we cannot restore a sane country. Honestly, we restore just like the kingdom of Eps, like in Nigeria. Just ask yourself, why is it that Britain, if they want people to pack their old men and women Pupu, they resort to Africans. Mostly they come to Nigeria. Why? Because Nigeria is their business place. It is high time we put dignity first before money. And the worst part of it, as they are doing this, you know, this recruitment, you see our so-called clergy, our clergymen and women, pastors, that the Jews, they will not condemn it. Instead, they will promote it. After all, for a long time, they have been telling us that it is miracle. It is God answered the prayer for us to get visa, to run away. We are also Nehemiah, and they you know, they promote it that it is miracle. But it is not miracle for a British to come down to our land, to Owerri, to serve in a hotel, serve as a waiter or waitress in a hotel in Owerri. No, that God they are serving, he doesn't answer that kind of prayer. But it's the other way around. Can't we stop messing ourselves up in face of the world? For how long should we? This is our own time of awakening. It happened in Europe in their own time, and it led to revolution, that led to industrial revolution, that led to their advancement and development today. It happened to the Arabs, the awakening, the Arab awakening. They call Nahda and enlightenment. It led to revolutions that led to their development till today. Why should we be left out? Why? Why should we be left out? Why is it that if we touch to where which is mentality, which is this religion, some people become uncomfortable because it's a program. Once you are channeled, born into a system, channeled into a system, raised up into a system, that system, you know, is programmed. That's why I say what is happening to us is artificial. It is not an act of God. It is also act of man that should reverse it, and that is what we are doing. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It is the act of all those things we are thinking that, oh, it is a miracle, it is good, God have done it. No, God did it. It's man did it. Britain created Nigeria, number one. It is not God. Put us into, you know, the modeled Nigeria the way it is today. They put power in the hands of brutal killers. Britain. They made them perpetual majority by, you know, inflating their numbers in the first place and giving them preference, giving them, you know, perpetual majority in the Senate House, right from the so-called independence period. They give them 52%. So they remain like that. It doesn't matter what their majority. So Britain created the problem we are suffering today. Let us face the reality. With the complicity of our people. It is us now that we redo it. Otherwise, it doesn't. There is no amount of prayer, no amount of fasting. You are just suffering yourself that you do that things will change. It's human being that changes things. Everything. Let me tell you. Everything. If I'm not using internet connection, there is no amount of prayer I pray. It doesn't matter what you call spirituality or God for. It doesn't matter. There is no amount of prayer I will pray. I will be speaking without a microphone, without internet, and the people will be hearing my voice all over the world. It is impossible. That is why a pastor that is selling to you miracle, but he is using a microphone first place in order to facilitate his speech, for you to hear his speech. even in the immediate space of the church. He used microphone. So you should ask yourself, oh pastor, why not start the miracle with us? You are giving us example of Jesus. Okay, they said Jesus talked because you are imitating Jesus, aren't you? Jesus committed a miracle, and you are making miracle. Okay, when during the time of Jesus, was there microphone? The answer is no. He talked to, according to the records of the Bible, the paper given, the file given to us to program our head. Jesus talked to 5,000. He fed them. He talked to 5,000 people. Without 5,000, and without microphone, and all of them had him. Okay, let us go by that book. You are imitating miracle. Is it only the miracle of healing cripple, which you fake? They don't heal. They don't heal an amputee, somebody that his hand cut off, because they know that one you cannot fake it. They don't heal somebody his leg was cut off, or some part of his leg is no more. Like the owner of if there is a healing like that, do you see the owner of TikTok? He don't have two legs. The billionaire Chinese that owns TikTok, he don't have. He's an amputee, 2 legs amputated. He's a billionaire. So, do you think that if all these god of men or men of dogs, if they are healing, what they are doing is not a scam? That this billionaire cannot come and heal him and collect billions of dollars. They don't heal amputee. All they heal is somebody that is crippled, or he walk, he blind, he fake blindness, he see. And if the person is the man of God, so called, in Lagos, the person he will heal will be from maybe Kogi. If the church is in Enugu, the person he will heal he will be from Bayelsa. If it's in London, the person he will heal is come from America. Can't wait. At least this is the time that we have to open eye, because we need to Mugu supposed to wise now. Sometimes you chop Mugu, you go wise. We don't wise now. So let us come back to our senses and understand that these are scams. We have been duped. The Europeans, they have supplanted our tradition, our natural tradition. They supplanted it and replaced it with their own, making us, not only that, they made us to demonize our own. That is the worst part of it. That is why whenever I'm talking, somebody say, believe what you believe. I have freedom of worship. Oh, which means our ancestors didn't have freedom of worship. Why did the Europeans come all the way from far and they come and impose their own? If you don't accept their own, they systematically kill you. They brutalize and kill you. Why is it so? That time there was nothing like believe what you believe and believe what I believe. Is there? They put a sword in our umbilical cord and things fell apart. Our ideology that joined us together was severed. It was cut off into pieces. And I name is Kanoya. No ideology. Anybody can do anything you want. Nothing works, nothing. We are released like wild beasts, roaming around like wild beasts. Look at our people. Every country in jail. Go to jails of most every country in this world, you will find Igbo man. And another worst part is that religion made it, for us to be boasting out of it. That anywhere you go, if you know see Igbo man, they made us to be boasting in slavery, stupidity. That is what religion did us. We take everything. Oh, it's a miracle. Oh, it's a miracle. You pass Sahara Desert. maybe 50 of you people. Out of 50, only 3 of you people pass, or 10 cross Sahara, others died. On reaching Morocco, you pass through Mediterranean. Out of that 10 that survived the 50, from the 50, in Mediterranean, 3 survived and enter Italy. And you now start giving thanks and praises to your Jesus. You say it's a good thing. Out of 50, 47 perished. If maybe people that are crossing through the border of Melilla, maybe out of some will be shot by the Spanish police, and 2 or 3 will cross successfully and start thanking Jesus. It's a miracle. Is that the type of miracle we want? Is that we want the miracle of Spain, the miracle of America, the miracle of Italy that touches every citizen? The system that touches there is 247 light, there is electricity 247, there is a job opportunity everywhere. Whether you are skilled and unskilled, as long as you want to work, there is work. That is the highest miracle. Not you surviving, suffering and smiling and surviving. Out of 52 of you survive, others die. You say it's a miracle. Until when? This is wickedness. This religion promoted wickedness in our lives. And people think that we shouldn't talk about it, that we are offending people, some people, that is attacking religion, something that is destroying our brain. Don't you see? I play for you the history of the Congolese king, Vemba. That one, 15th century. Christianity led to the destruction of Congo directly. Complete destruction. The man, out of ignorance, he wanted to imitate the Europeans, to live like Europeans, become Christianized. He become a Christian. They baptized him. He turned his kingdom to be Christians, not knowing that he's selling himself into slavery. And they show him slavery. Is it not what they are saying us today? Does Britain, does Europe love you, going to European embassy to obtain visa? How much are they asking? In your statement of account, how much? What are the requirements? You pay non-refundable visa fee. And they know that they are not going to give to you. But you pay it. Do you know how many millions they make every day for this only visa fee? The visa fees from European countries, America, Canada, in Nigeria. Do you know how many millions of naira? If not billion. Do you know how many millions, if not billions, every day? Now, if it is Canada, America, England, you have to take an English exam. That one is another money. You know how much? They're exploiting us. They don't want us to breathe. They Christianize us to enslave us mentally, so that you continue. Now they are no more they are not concerned about you, because they know that after all you are under them. That there is nothing, because you are defending their religion. You are defending their what they brought to you to exploit you. So now you have swallowed the line hook and sinker. So you are now defending their slavery, and they are just watching you. That's why when Britain wants people to go and fight for them, they call you. And people are looking at it as it's a miracle from God. Oh yeah, go and join me. Slavery. We must rise up. Do you see this revolution? Because Biafra restoration is a revolution. It must boil into complete revolution. Because this mental revolution that is going on, whether you like it or not, this is how it started. Some people are laughing. They say, Christianity have come to stay. We are not fighting that, to kill to kill people. No, But listen, let me ask you. Christianity came into our land in 1857. How many years? How many years? 1957. 2057, we make it 200 years. It's less than 200 years. And it is today that it is causing the real havoc. You cannot plant something in a day and the following day you go and harvest it. You nurture it. Do you see this mental awakening? It have come to stay. The overall result, even if it didn't come in our own generation, you see it will come in next generation. I am saying it. But this seed of awakening has been planted. And there is no going back. It will continue spreading. Continue spreading. You know, our people, when they look, that's why people are Igbo. Many of Igbo, they're naive. They come and say, look at who is following you people. Look at our church. Our church, look at how many people. Hey, thousands, if not millions of people. I laugh. Hey, I laugh. I say, anyway, that is how Igbo people behave. They will look at their immediate, environment. Very myopic set of people. And judge things, because they want to see result, They don't know that once you will take a corn, maize seeds, and go and plant. The following day you go there, you see that nothing. You few days you see that nothing is there, safe. For a stupid person, you will think that nothing is planted there. But after some few days, you start germinating. It will not mature the same day. Before you know, after some months now, you start bearing fruit. That is what we are doing. We are sowing seed. And I'm happy to be part of it. Any person that is telling you that this thing we are doing, it is not, it is not bearing fruit. It is not Biafra restoration. Tell that person, you are a liar. Mentira. Portuguese we say mentira. Mentir. French. Say you lie. Tu mentir. You lie. You are lying. You understand me? A time will come, this thing will spread like wildfire. It's like that. Revolutions are like that. It doesn't, because the damage it took time. So the thing is little by little. We are sowing seeds. And this is the most important part of the restoration. Remember, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, right from time, I've been saying it, that he don't want to restore a country of gullible people. That is why he's going direct to our brain. He said the problem we have is the way we reason. That is it. And what is the major contributor of that way we reason? Christianity. Religion. If they slap you like this, turn the other side. Because some people say, no, it is not about the religion, it is not about the people practice. No, I say no. When you look at what is written inside, the standard the people are using. When you say that, just relax, don't think about tomorrow. God will think about tomorrow for you. It's the standard, it's in the Bible. Now, what do you want the follower to do? When you talk, say, my brother, go and relax. God is in control. Nothing. It's God that will give us Biafra. God is God. He will quote for you where it is written. Now, how do you think, is that not fundamentally flawed mentality? That standard is teaching? Is it not fundamentally flawed? So, for you to go and relax. He made us, People's Club, Kaikpuri Bendo. Okay, this is a musician, our musician, Oliver de Coke. After the war, say Kaikpuri Bendo. Is it not the same thing? Now, don't think about what you are going to eat tomorrow. The best, think about what they eat tomorrow. Don't worry. The Lord is our shepherd now. Shepherd doesn't, sheep, they don't care. Once you have shepherd, he will provide for them. So, we relax. So, that's what I'm telling you, that the religion itself, it has fundamentally flawed. It's fundamentally flawed. The teaching is the standard. And we took it like that. It makes you, we become lazy. We don't know. We say, don't worry. We relax, you know, in danger. A soldier that is in a war front, now you relax. That nothing, Megan. Even though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I'll fear no evil. Who tell you that? You go and walk through Sambisa forest. You fear no evil. These are the flawed teachings that, you know, configured our mentality to be like this. Pray for your enemy. Pray for your enemy. One time, and I think last 2 years, something like that, the massacre in Plateau State of church burning and killing of Christians in Plateau or in Kaduna. Many were killed. Now, in social media, they brought the pastor came with some survivors after some months. Come to the burnt church and kneel down, started praying with the ashes of the floor. That those that did this, I pray, I command. What are you commanding? It doesn't. They are laughing at you. So that is the teachings you are imbibed in. That is what is making us to be more stupid. Let us say the truth. Let us say it as it is. It's the teaching. That is what made us to be docile. Pray for your enemy. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemy. If they prepare a table before you in the presence of your enemy, you will die. They will kill you. But these are the teachings they made us to accept. And we are going through it. Now, nothing mega, relax. The Lord is my shepherd. Why will you think of tomorrow? Tomorrow we think about himself. So with all these fundamentally flawed teachings, many of us don't care again. We become relaxed. When they tell you that, look, our enemies are trying to conquer us, they are coming, you say, no, who give them power? If my God is not in heaven, they will have power. You are just making vocal sound, whereas the people that are doing the thing, doing the doings are doing and conquering. So you continue believing on prayer and fasting. That's your belief anyway. But for me, it doesn't work on nothing. It doesn't change anything. If all these things works, our land would have been the best place. Look at the testimony of our brother. Notwithstanding the prayers, the churches everywhere, but nobody can help somebody in danger, in mortal danger on the street. Because of fear of he will become problematic to him. Then why not use prayer? Solve all these problems. Why are we still suffering? No electricity. Now the government is Enugu and the Imo State governments. They are trying to put put taxes on people using usage of a solar panel and a generator. And let me tell you, one of the things that led to French Revolution in 18th century, 1789 to be precise, started it, was one of the contributors was tax. You see, tax, overtaxing. Because after France helped America to win Britain and the war of revolution, the revolutionary war of America, United States, France helped them. Without France help, America shouldn't have gotten independence. After that, France entered into depression. No money. They got broke. People started suffering. Inflation, what is happening in Nigeria, happened in France at that time. It led to people started murmuring. People started murmuring until they burst out because the difficulties was too much. Economic woes was too much. People started murmuring. From there. They burst out saying, no, this thing cannot continue. That was what led to revolution. And it led to the killing of, is it King Louis the 16th? The storming of the Bastille. That's what they call it. In 18th century. Because people can no longer take it. They rose up. Overtaxing, taxation, economic woes, hardship. But in our own, they press you down that God is in control. You go to church, they tell you that don't worry. It doesn't matter even if fuel is 5,000 naira per kilometer, per liter. That you God say amen. God is going to do it for you, and you accept all this crap. What of the other person? What of other people? That is why the religion is fundamentally flawed. They use it to cast you so that we continue suffering and accepting suffering. Do you see it? That's it. That's the flaw, the mischief of the religion. They don't want you to fight back. Carry everything, give to God. God is in control. Don't worry. Don't worry, you will not suffer. God is, they continue consoling you in suffering. That is why we must be able to remove ourselves from, be free. We must free ourselves from this mental slavery, so that Biafra restoration, physical Biafra restoration will be will be easier for us. This is where I'm going to stop. Biafra remains our ideology. Biafra remains who we are. It is our religion. There is no other religion for us except Biafra. Therefore, we must continue. And remember to support this IPOB and the leadership. The HDOS, Mazi Chinedu remains for now the temporary leader of IPOB. He remains the temporary leader of IPOB in the absence of our leader. That is how it goes, because this is an institution. IPOB is an institution. If the Nigerian government thinks that holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will put us in our knees, they are lying. They have seen it. We must continue. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.